to a rules-based international order. With leader-level summits, groundbreaking agreements, and technological partnerships, the stage is set for enhanced cooperation in defense. At the heart of this partnership lies the new framework for India-US defense cooperation, solidified in 2015 and elevated to major defense partnership status in 2016. This framework has paved the way for closer collaboration, including in defense industrial cooperation. Aerospace and defense collaborations between US and Indian companies have flourished, leading to co-development, co-production, and skill enhancement. These partnerships have resulted in the production of high-quality, cost-effective defense systems, reducing reliance on single suppliers and enhancing interoperability.
Several U.S. aerospace companies have established partnerships with Indian counterparts, facilitating technology transfer and enhancing indigenous defense production capabilities, including some work that's taking place here in Hyderabad. Both Boeing and Lockheed Martin have set up joint ventures here with Tata, and I think we'll be hearing from some of their implementers as well today. And I've had a chance to visit both, and what an impressive array of production is coming out. And just the diversity also of the workforce, I have to say, is really something to be commended.
Lockheed Martin with Tata Advanced Systems, Boeing with HAL, BAE Systems with various Indian partners, and GE with HAL are just a few examples of successful joint ventures. These collaborations have not only boosted India's defense exports, but also propelled technological innovation in the sector. Now, let's delve into some success stories that underscore the impact of US-India joint defense production. At Lockheed Martin Aerostructures, a manufacturing plant in Hyderabad, stands as a testament to the success of US-India collaboration. From manufacturing aircraft empennages to producing fighter wings, this facility exemplifies the cutting-edge capabilities fostered through partnership.
This is the manufacturing plant that came up from a cornfield in Hyderabad. 2009, this particular center was stood up because we wanted to make one of the aircraft empennages. The empennage is the tail part of the aircraft. Now, people may think it's easy. It's not easy. There are thousands and thousands of parts in that particular tail part of the aircraft. And when we started here, most of it was made in the US. We tried our luck, I should say, to come here in India and start manufacturing them with Tata's. Tata we were the first company where Tata did a joint venture with. They had their first-hand experience of what is aerospace and defense manufacturing. So this is what you see here. And then we had a couple of, if you see the corner right-hand photograph where there's a whole assembly line there, this is something which is state of art. It's the same in the US as well. What you see here, absolutely same in US. And just one more point here quickly. This is the only empennage manufacturing facility of C-130J in the world. We don't have a replicated one that whatever, okay, we'll open another one assembly line. If you stop this, our manufacturing of C-130J stops. That is the trust. The word trust came again and again. That is the trust we have in India, and that is still ongoing. I think that is fulfilled. So coming back to the answer of the trust here. Coming to the brownfield expansion, once we set up this, we started with metal-to-metal bonding. We started with special processes, and these are one state-of-art, very, very technical, but very state-of-art capabilities that we have entrusted to set up here in India. We have developed women aerospace and defense skills with the women who were there in the villages. They never knew how to read English. Just imagine how many classes. And today we have given them laptops, each one of them, to develop, and they are far better than men. And we are now making the fighter wings in the same facility. It is very, very important. The fighter wings, other than HAL, none of the private companies in India make any fighter wing. Now Tata do make fighter wings in this country. So today you can be proud of two things quickly. One, any C-130J aircraft with a rotor wing that you see in the sky, you can always say the tail is made in India. Do you know this? You can always tell that. 200 tails already made in the flying. Coming to the Sikorsky plant, any S-92 that you see, 157 S-92, the whole cabin is made in India, the whole cabin.
Raytheon's presence in India spans decades, with significant investments in infrastructure and manufacturing facilities. With a focus on aerospace and defense exports, Raytheon is contributing to India's emergence as a global player in the defense sector.
So Collins Aerospace is one of the BUs, one of the business units, and we have been in India since 1997. We have 7 facilities. Previous slide, please. We have 7 facilities with almost 5,000 plus employees. We are going to hire 2,000 more as shown on the Buford. Till date, we have invested around $600 million. And when I say that, it is in creation of infrastructure and permanent facilities we have located at Bangalore, in Hyderabad. And in fact, we have inaugurated a new manufacturing facility and a global engineering technology center in November last year, in wherein around $200 million have been spent. So that said, this enterprise is perhaps one of the largest aerospace and defense exporters from the country. We are doing, last year we did $400 million worth of exports, to include $250 million of civil aerospace and defense manufacturing, and $150 million worth of R&D work, which is executed from our centers in Bangalore. And this year we are expecting to cross $500 million. Collins also is partnering extensively with academic partners in the country, NASSCOM, SAE India, and basically working on developing programs under the Skill India project. Next chart, please. Next business vertical is Pratt & Whitney. So Pratt & Whitney has supported India's growth for almost 6 decades plus. And the first being Air India's first Boeing 707, which had come to India. As you can see, we have more than 1,500 engines in the air, and the latest being the C-17 Globemasters, and plus the Pilatus trainers. And apart from that, Pratt & Whitney is also gradually increasing its presence here, and we are in the process of establishing a global engineering technology center. Around $100 million worth of investments are going in this year. Hiring new people, around 1,000 plus people will be hired there. Currently, they have a workforce of almost 700 in the country. They have a R&D center and a training center at Hyderabad. Also, they have research and development partnerships with the IISc, the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore.
Tata Boeing Aerospace Limited is another shining example of joint production. With projects like the Wave Glider for the Indian Navy and state-of-the-art logistics centers, this partnership is driving innovation and modernizing India's defense capabilities.
Boeing has provided a product called Wave Glider that we're partnering with the Indian Navy on. It is a completely autonomous system that does not need fuel. It can operate 24/7 for a year by harnessing the tidal energy or wave energy, as well as the solar energy. If needed, it'll come up to the surface and provide real-time communication with our Navy, right? So we are helping to modernize the Indian military's preparedness through products, but also maybe, providing our knowledge and expertise in developing a mesh network, both for the Navy, but also as we think about our airspace. Just about 4 days ago, the US government announced the $4 billion in sale of drones and other guided missiles to India. And we are obviously envisioning a world where drones, autonomous systems, and non-autonomous systems are all operating in the same network, operating on the same network. Related to that, we have just last month opened a new logistics center in Uttar Pradesh, because that is one of the defense corridors, where we spent 24 million USD to open a 36,000 square foot logistics center. And again, that will help with mobility and maintaining mission readiness for the region. And then we are also, we just spent, as many of you have seen in the news, we just opened our largest engineering center in Bengaluru, that's where I am today, where we just spent $200 million US, I think 1,600 crores on this new facility, which is the largest Boeing facility outside of the US.
What the government is doing for supporting the industry, we create dedicated aerospace parks. So that's infrastructure side, policy-wide, we have an aggressive policy of attracting the investments, for all the mega projects, which the, any of these programs, we kind of offer customized tailor-made policies, which is fairly aggressive. And that's the reason why we see a large number of these investments coming to India, despite there is push for corridors and other, reasons. The government also has been focused on increasing the skilling partnership. So we do have OEM partnership for skilling. We have Center of Excellences with OEMs that were created. Besides, the state has entered into partnership with the global universities like Cranfield University, Embry Aeronautical University, US. Basically, wherever the OEMs are there, we try to kind of get their skilling partners to have the same training available in Hyderabad at probably Indian rates. And we obviously have a large number of trained manpower from the huge industrial base already out here. So any country coming in will not face a problem. So our industry is able to quote much better rates, and the reliability, the factor is quite high, and that's something which is certified by most of the OEMs. And one more thing, sir, in fact, both Lockheed and Boeing had said that during COVID period, the support which the state government has provided in allowing them to manufacture critical parts and helping them to transport the manufactured parts across 3 borders with police escort was highly appreciated. And today, almost all of them acknowledge that Hyderabad is the most resilient supply chain hub for them. So in this respect, in fact, the geopolitical reason why a lot of investment comes here is also alluded to earlier. I think we have, from a state side, approached most of the OEMs today, and frequently are in also touch with the tier 1, tier 2s of the OEMs as well, and try to see how we can promote the Indian opportunity, both in the civilian aviation space, the defense side, the space side, as well as the emerging tech side. See, there are certain technological gaps when it comes to aviation, for that matter, but then we are at level playing field when it comes to the emerging tech like the UAVs and 3D printing, etc. I think we are more or less at the same level. So there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration in terms of R&D, in terms of finding the production partners, in terms of even finding opportunities. Because, say for example, for UAVs, we have the first state to come up with a drone policy. We also had facilitated a lot of state-promoted pilot projects to do validate use cases for UAVs for mass adoption. Similarly, space, I think we were one of the first state to come up with a space tech policy. We have two of our well-known space startups, the Skyroot Aerospace as well as Dhruva, are the poster boys for the Indian private sector space foray today. So I think the state, as well as has kind of really tried a lot to push.
For which the government policies, though it may not be adequate, are directed towards this. Including, I can speak about the government of Tamil Nadu policies. I would not look at Delhi level. I would rather look at within this state. So we are ensuring that whatever is the gaps which are inhibiting the traditional manufacturers to get into the supply chain of the global or the national majors in the aerospace and defense, whatever is the barriers, we are trying to ensure that these barriers are reduced. I cannot assure that these barriers can be removed, though it's the most desirable, but these barriers would remain in place, and we can only strive to reduce these barriers. And whatever is needed for this, we have established within the state of Tamil Nadu to ensure these barriers are overcome.
We are at a bit of a moment in U.S.-India relations, and there is a lot of momentum behind the relationship between both countries. And you see that across the board. You see it in defense, you see it in education, you see it in business, you see it in a growing interest on both sides in connecting and strengthening and deepening the relationship. And a curiosity, I think, that didn't exist even 10 years ago. And this is an amazing opportunity. And it's not one that's limited to what happens in Delhi and Mumbai and Washington and Los Angeles. It is something that you see throughout the country. So as I am posted here in South India with my colleagues covering 180 million people, a swath across southern India into Karnataka, Kerala, and many other places, you see that energy and that momentum reflected in the region too. In conversations like this, with universities, when you go to Bangalore, all of the startups that are working on every part of the relationship, including defense. The opening of the Boeing Research and Development Office, its second largest in the world, a couple of weeks ago, at which the Prime Minister spoke and presided. This is incredibly exciting.
Which necessitate that the indigenization content of any supply which a US OEM is planning to kind of really supply need to be increased. Now, probably there may be reservations with respect to the core technology, but there are a lot of other areas where the Indian MSMEs, the IT firms, the electronic manufacturing firms, etc., can support towards this indigenization goals. And that is one reason why the US OEMs have been aggressively increasing the supply chain base. In fact, they're doing a lot of campaign. If you were to look at it 5 years or 10 years back, for an MSME in aerospace and defense to get into the OEM supply chain, big hurdles, and the learning curve was quite steep, and the time taken was quite long, and many of them really hadn't tried. But those who tried really got. In fact, only the biggies like the Tatas and the Mahindras, or for that matter, Adanis or L&Ts and Godrej's managed to get the large ticket orders. But today, fast forward 4-5 years back, today we have recently seen the listing of Azad Engineering, who is also a supply chain partner of Boeing, just 2 years back. And 2 years prior to that, they were a very small company. So the growth of the MSMEs in the country are spectacularly, quick. And in fact, the advantage which Hyderabad has apparently is that we have close to, our statistics says 1,000 MSMEs who are dedicated into aerospace and defense in various tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 levels, of which probably 200 of them may be really serious players who are mature enough to take on technology. Because one of the main botherations or complaints that the OEMs give when they're insisting on the tech transfer,
most of these technologies have been developed, designed. That's been done by OEMs predominantly from US and other things. But the manufacturing part, yes, Mr. Balachandran said that the manufacturing part, the niche technologies are not available or not given here. But this is a space where there is considerable amount of real space available for Indian MSMEs. If I quote examples, for example, Rolls-Royce, when they started off with Trent 500 engine, they had something like 1,000 suppliers. For the Trent 700 engine, it became something like 700, less than that. Right now, the number of suppliers, direct suppliers, is very, very low. What does it mean? It is nothing but outsourcing of work. And when the tier 1s take up large number of jobs, it naturally flows to tier 2s and tier 3s. It is at this level where we are in the manufacturing sector because of the increasing, earlier the pyramid was just one level, the OEM, tier 1. Whereas now there is an opportunity for place for multiple tiers, tier 3, tier 4, where industries can chip in.
GE and Tata has got a partnership for building aero engines, aero engine parts. When they first came here, they clearly said, see, initially, when we look at India, we'll never give the engine technology or anything to do with engine to a country like India. They would think of Korea or Taiwan because that's the perception of the country. And in fact, when Tata's took over, Tata's being a large group, they managed to get it. They took over. Some 20% was the market share of some of the critical parts which they're doing. So last month when I visited Tata, the same parts, or rather large number of them were automated. In fact, they did a lot of process engineering And today they are single source supplies to a lot of the critical parts, and 80% market share is what they say for those products which used to be manufactured there.
At the domain level, specific domain level, as I said, I think we need to sit together more often. Our thought sets, the way we think, need to come together at the functional level.
I think artificial intelligence is the end state. What you need is actually big data. Because when you look at artificial intelligence, it acts on a huge amount of data. And really speaking, when we look at it from a defense perspective, there are three aspects we should be very clear about. First is, do you have trusted data? That's the start point. Do you have adequate volume of data that you need? And when we look at big data, it has its own characteristic. Do you have that characteristic? Today, we are, as far as India is concerned, we are still consolidating our big data. We have a digital public infrastructure. A lot of data is coming there. But when we look at it from a defense perspective, a lot of data needs to be generated for the kind of requirement for artificial intelligence. So where are we? We are today at data which gives us what is called business intelligence. We are at a stage where data gives us augmented intelligence. That means a human interface to take decisions. But do we have enough data for artificial intelligence? Not in all space. And that's where a lot of jointmanship, a lot of effort has to come in. We look at an Indo-US AI-based relationship. It's a combination of sensors, that is semiconductors, quantum, that is compute, and then analytics, big data analytics, which could be BI, augmented intelligence leading to artificial intelligence.
Whether it's trade or business or education or defense, it needs everybody. To be successful, we need every part of India. All of the innovation centers in Bangalore, Chennai, Coimbatore, Pune, the universities, the research and development centers, the SMEs, the micro enterprises. We're coming up with new words to describe these things every day because there's so much growth. We need everybody with their hands on the wheel.
The US and India forging a formidable partnership in defense and security. Bound by shared values and strategic interests, these nations have embarked on a journey of collaboration, innovation, and progress. Through the comprehensive global strategic partnership, the US and India have achieved significant milestones, reaffirming their commitment to a rules-based international order. With leader-level summits, groundbreaking agreements, and technological partnerships, the stage is set for enhanced cooperation in defense. At the heart of this partnership lies the new framework for India-US defense cooperation, solidified in 2015 and elevated to major defense partnership status in 2016. This framework has paved the way for closer collaboration, including in defense industrial cooperation. Aerospace and defense collaborations between US and Indian companies have flourished, leading to co-development, co-production, and skill enhancement. These partnerships have resulted in the production of high-quality, cost-effective defense systems.
A very good morning, everybody. I would request everybody to be seated. Basically, if there are people outside, can you ask them to come and sit? Please be seated. So with this, I would like to welcome everybody to the day 2 of the Defense News Conclave, Stories of US-India Defense Partnership. Yesterday, we had a very engaging conversation starting with an inaugural session followed by 3 distinct panel discussions. Today, we would have another round of inaugural session and then followed by 2 panel discussions. I would encourage the audience to pose questions during the panel discussion that we have. The 2 panel discussion that we have, session 4th would be on the 4th pillar of democracy. A lot of my media friends are sitting in right now. So that is on informed view of US-India defense relation, followed by the last and the 5th panel discussion that is on the road ahead, Indo-US for the global good. For summarizing yesterday's point and starting for the day, I would now request Pradeep Mehta, Secretary General Cuts International, to deliver the opening remarks. And also, I would like to call upon stage Rear Admiral Michael Baker and Shri Vishwesh Negi to come on the dais, please.
Namaskar and very good morning to all of you, and welcome to this second day, as my colleague Puru described. And it was quite an exciting day yesterday. Very good sessions, including good discussions. And hopefully what we will see is what sort of it holds for the future of US-India strategic relations. I would use a larger word, more comprehensive than just defense. I'm Pradeep Mehta, as was introduced by Puru, my colleague. I'm the Secretary General, Founding Secretary General of Cuts International, which is a 40-year-old organization today. We are celebrating our 40th year through a series of events around the world. And one of the things which I would like to recall, which happened only last week, the noted economist, famous economist, Martin Wolf, the chief economics commentator of Financial Times, delivered our 13th 40th anniversary lecture in Delhi on a very interesting topic. The topic that we had chosen was the resolve which Government of India has made that by 2047, which is 100 years after our independence from the British in 1947, that we should become a developed country. Now, it's an aspirational goal. Perhaps may be difficult because of our size of the sheer size of our population, which is again expanding, and by the year 2047, it will probably be about 167 crores. That is the estimate which we made by. So you can look at the kind of impact if you do a per capita calculation of the same. But what Martin did say was that on a purchasing power parity basis, we might be the second largest economy in the world after China on a purchasing power parity basis. And we would have beaten US also in that reckoning. But more importantly, we would certainly be a global superpower. So, but what we will have is kind of a better democracy in terms of global governance. There will be a couple of countries instead of just a kind of a binary situation which exists today. And that I thought is important to recall. Now, our lecture series was kicked off by the Director General of the WTO in April last year at the WTO Geneva, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. And a remark that she made is very pertinent for me to recall, that as a civil society organization, for having been around for 40 years by itself, is a remarkable achievement. And that, I thought, is something which reflects in what we continue to do in terms of the global affairs that we are engaged in, looking at the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the Quad, etc., and as to what role we can play as a civil society organization or organizations across the whole realm of the Indo-Pacific region. Now, in this particular manner, that what we are doing is we have built up a formidable alliance of civil society groups, which includes think tanks as well as advocacy groups across the continent. India also considers Eastern and Southern Africa as part of Indo-Pacific, so even they are included in this particular group. And what was remarked by the ambassador yesterday was something again worth recalling, is the kind of operations that we have carried out in the Arabian Sea in order to control or take stock of the kind of piracy which is happening there. We have used our Navy, which is, and effectively, and that is something which the ambassador yesterday remarked with compliments as something which we are doing as a part of our international obligations. Of course, it affects our trade routes, but it affects trade routes of many countries around the world, not just India. Yesterday, as I said, we successfully concluded the first day of the conference. And my heartfelt gratitude to many of you who were here yesterday and spoke and interacted, as well as those who are not here in absentia, for their insightful discussions and contributions which are pivotal to the success of this event. We had the privilege of listening to some great insights into the various aspects of US-India defense and security partnership, where we discussed the historical shift and evolution of mutual strategic interest of the two countries, potential areas of growth, and the scope of bilateral partnership from sea to space, ocean diplomacy, with sustainable development and strategies to build a modern defense industrial ecosystem through the integration of micro and small and medium enterprises, which are the backbone of the economy in any country, including something which even was noted by the ambassador yesterday in his own speech. We also heard a very powerful speech by the ambassador, Eric Garcetti, who believed our relationship to be not a bet, but a commitment and friendship that is true, tried, and tested. He stated our partnership to not be a win or a lose or a zero-sum game, as it is all about trusting each other without the hope for return. He started off the first session by analyzing the historical shift and evolution of mutual strategic interest between the US and India. It emphasized the strategic imperatives of the US-India bilateral relations across multiple domains. General Anil Ahuja, who's here with us today as well, he highlighted the importance of technology as a strategic imperative for bilateral relations, moving just beyond technological advancements. Ashley Tellis from the Carnegie Endowment, Washington, a noted India scholar there. He also outlined 5 areas of improvement that are strategic consultations, military cooperation, defense trade, industrial cooperation, and combined operations. And finally, Captain Sarabjit Parmar, who emphasized the need to explore the possibility of underwater domain. Captain Parmar is also with us. The possibility of underwater domain awareness, not only in specific regions, but also exporting it to other countries. The next panel included Admiral Karambir Singh, Group Captain Ajay Lele, and General R.S. Yadav. They echoed the need for underwater domain awareness and potential alliances, which, while also advocating for co-production and co-development beyond transactional relationships. I think that's a very important point. We have to take the relationship beyond being just transactional. And that is an essence which is reflected, which was echoed very loudly by the ambassador in his speech. The session also explored the possibility of opening of space exploration to private entities in India, marking a significant step forward. The speakers shared their experiences in leading a private consulting firm, underscoring the importance of timely government orders for mission launches. The session was moderated by General Anil Kumar Bhatt, and it discussed the growing role of the private sector in space, emphasizing that despite advancements, India still lags behind the US. This is besides the fact that the mission that we sent to Mars costed less than the cost of producing a Hollywood film. That was a great achievement in any case. I don't know whether this was mentioned or not. General Bhatt highlighted that space is becoming increasingly congested and contested, with space tourism and assets becoming imminent realities. In this dimension, the former Chief of Air Staff, Chief Marshal Bhadoria, called for faster progress in technology, cybersecurity, and space capabilities. Group Captain Lele advocated for global collaboration in space infrastructure and policy framework. The panel discussed also highlighted the strategic challenges for smaller countries and governance issues in international waters. I think the advancement that India has already made in many of these areas is phenomenal. It may not be at the same level or the same caliber as what happens in the US, but then it is not something which has to be ignored or not underscored. We finally ended our first day with a session that discussed the strategies to build a modern defense industrial ecosystem, which are the essential pillars for building a roadmap for industrial collaboration. Here, a point which I made, which has been tweeted and LinkedIn also, is that this is something which the ambassador had a different view in terms of India's foreign policy, which is that of strategic autonomy. We are good friends with the US, we are not allies. At the same time, in the area of defense, while our cooperation is increasing, what we do think it's important that the US has been sort of ratcheting up our status in so far as their own policies are concerned, that in the area of defense equipment production or co-production or co-development, the US should treat India as on the same level as that of a treaty ally. We may not be a treaty member, but it doesn't mean that we cannot be a treaty ally in terms of this. Already so much is happening. So there was also an issue discussed about the India-Russia relationship in this context. And what I did respond to, and that is something which was reflected in the news today, which was captured by many of the journalists who are here, is Russia is our all-weather friend and continues to remain an all-weather friend for times to come. And it doesn't mean that it is at the cost of our friendship with the US. We have our own strategic interests with Russia, particularly to deal with our common enemy, China, for example. Is one way that we think it is important that Russia acts as a counterweight to China within this geography as far as we are concerned. There is some impact of this which is evident from a lot of discussions which took place in Moscow on a recent, sorry, not Moscow, in Russia, on recent visit of Prime Minister Modi and Putin, and Putin's visit to North Korea, for example. Now, all these have political significance in terms of how India's role is in this geopolitics and what would be the relationship between India and Russia in times to come. The last session of the day concluded with emphasis on emergence and development of the aero industry in India and emphasized on not just make in India, but also make for the world. I mean, that is a philosophy of the government of India and India as such, that make in India for the world or make for the world. So it's not as if we are looking, I mean, there's a lot of people have misunderstood it to be another 1970s import substitution policy. It's not an import substitution policy. What has been misunderstood is what the Prime Minister called upon was, particularly in the context of the reliance of the world on China for many of these inputs, is that how do we create a more reliant India? To give you an example, that a lot of intermediate chemicals for our pharmaceuticals, what is called what we call APIs, or active pharmaceutical ingredients, are being imported from China for the simple reason that we used to make them ourselves at one time. But when we found that Chinese have become more competitive and better pricing, that we started importing from China. And there are many instances that I know of even consumer goods, which Indian manufacturers have stopped manufacturing and have started importing from China in their own brand name. To give you an example, Polar fans and many other equipment that I know. If you look at it, it's cheaper to import a branded good. You get it branded and sell it here. Now, the Chinese economy is, again, a very non-transparent economy. We have a high deficit with China for reasons that are not easy to understand. Their regulations are opaque, and they create non-tariff barriers for us to be not successful in exporting. So we are only able to export what is not something which hurts their economy. Commodities, for example, we are big exporters of iron ore to China, for example, and so are other countries. Now, iron ore doesn't, create any problems. But how do we ensure, and we are looking at the future, that a lot of spaces which China is going to vacate in times to come, and that is where India has an advantage to occupy it. I gave the example of a chat with the Swiss Economic Council I was having the other day. We have entered into a free trade agreement with EFTA, European Free Trade Association, which are non-EU European countries, Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. These are the 4 countries, and there we have a commitment from them for $100 billion investment, as against the kind of tariff concession that we are giving. And what the Economic Counselor of Switzerland told me was that there are 1,000 Swiss companies operating in China, of which 400 are operating in India. And we would like those 600 companies which are not operating in India to shift from China to India. I mean, that is their thinking. Overall, the lot of signals that I get from globally, including from the US, our trade is growing with US is over $200 billion. And we expect that it should, our aspirations on both the sides is to grow it to $500 billion, which is not impossible. It is possible if we are able to progress in this particular manner. There are always some sticking points in all relations, but those can be overcome by clear. To give you an example, we have 6 disputes with the US in the WTO. And the dispute settlement machinery of the WTO is at a standstill. Not get into the politics of that, but what did happen was that Government of India and Government of US decided to settle those 6 disputes bilaterally. So it shows that where there is a will, there is a way. Fine, we have a dispute, it cannot be settled. Let's sit down and settle, like Lok Adalat, or conciliation, I would say. And that was settled. So there are a lot of examples of good relations which can be seen as good indicators of developing a healthier relationship. We are at an inflection point in our bilateral relationship, and the insights gained yesterday and today will guide our efforts towards a more robust and resilient partnership. I gave you some examples. Let us carry forward the momentum and enthusiasm into today's sessions as well. Thank you all once again for your invaluable contributions, and I look forward to engaging this session that will continue to shape the future of the US-India partnership. With that, I have great pleasure in welcoming Admiral Baker and Mr. Negi from our Defense Ministry. Over to you.
Spoke, I think, brilliantly yesterday, and whom many of you have already covered. My intention was really to, this morning, mark the amazing amount of activities that we have done together, the accomplishments we've had together as India and the United States in our major defense partnership. But much of that was covered yesterday, and I won't reiterate all of that. And I anticipate that my dear colleague, Shri Vishwesh Negi, will cover some of that. So I will spend a little more time talking more about purpose and mission. But before I do that, I just want to recognize the great mentors in this room from whom I've benefited in my 2 years here in India, be that from General Sharma or General Ahuja or General Kandare, thank you, sir, and Admiral Singh. My colleague Vishwesh Negi, who's been a great guide for me, and Colonel Shailendra Arya, who's been instrumental in the time that I've been here, and many others in the room who've taught me over the last 2 years. And across the government and military of India, the names are countless. General Chauhan, being gracious with his time and his counsel, has really helped me to understand India's perspective, India's, I think, strategic imperatives in a way that have helped make me a better advisor to Admiral Paparo, and before him, Admiral Aquilino, and as well to Ambassador Garcetti. You know already the many, many things that we have done together, marked through our structure of a 2+2 ministerial dialogue that really sets high-level strategic goals, marked by the cooperation between our two national security advisors in the Initiative for Critical and Emerging Technology, marked by the agreements between our Minister of Defense and Secretary of Defense to build a defense industrial cooperation roadmap to guide both our governments and our industries and our strategists and our young, bright innovators, marked by the creation and the success, the rapid success of the India-US Defense Acceleration Ecosystem, INDUS-X, and marked by an ever-growing number of exercises, scope, breadth, complexity, and depth of those exercises. You all know them. We stand now also this year really witnessing this partnership accelerating through outer space, both in the defense sector, the scientific sector, and the commercial sector. And I think you will see that just mark even faster this year and the following years, especially as commercial and defense sectors intersect there in outer space. This is a place in an area to watch, I think, with great interest as we go forward. And I know, for one, I'm happy to have been part of that. But I think back over my 2 years here, as I reflect on that tenure, I'm exceptionally proud to have been part of this India-US major defense partnership. And I'm exceptionally proud to lead a team that we call the United States Defense Group India. And United States Defense Group India has a purpose, a very simple and clear purpose. It is to take the promise of the major defense partnership, take that strategic promise and turn it into an operational reality. It is our job as military planners and military leaders to create options for our political leaders. Ambassador Garcetti said yesterday, we are a mission on a mission. And inside of his embassy and within the construct of the Indo-Pacific Command, the United States Defense Group India has a very clear mission. Our mission is to deter war. Our mission is to deter major conflict. Our mission is to help enable security that promotes free, fair, secure prosperity through the Indo-Pacific. And I think with India, we are completely aligned in that mission. My mission emanates from Admiral Paparo and his strategy to prevail, which emanates from the Secretary of Defense and his national defense strategy of integrated deterrence, which emanates from the President of the United States and his national security strategy. My mission emanates from Ambassador Garcetti's mission on a mission, which emanates from the President of the United States. This is coherent and clear and consistent throughout the levels of our government. And our method to deter war is to be able to prevail. The best method to deter war is having the capability, the capacity, the interoperability, the will, and the political resolve to win. So every day we work to prepare in order to prevail, ultimately to deter. Our method of doing that is really set along two sets, and we talked a lot about part of it yesterday. We work to deliver a technical capability. Every country is continuously in a state of developing its armed forces. It's never stagnant. It's completely in a new set of development. And in India's development of armed forces, there are elements that are acquisition, there are elements that are national development, there are elements that are procurement. And part of my team's responsibility is to deliver technical capability at capacity, at location, and on time. Those are the means of military capability. We talked a lot about it yesterday. But that's not the most important part. Our second method is to build mission capability. And we build that mission capability. This is the human interoperability. We build that mission capability every day between India and the United States through our person-to-person contacts, through the military education exchanges that we have between our two countries, two ways, between the numerous exercises that we do, between the policy agreements that enable us to be prepared to do things together. At the end of that, delivering a technical capability and building a mission capability is 100% about creating options for our political leaders to be able to operate together in a meaningful way that will deter war. To operate together in a meaningful way that will enable and ensure security to provide a free and open Indo-Pacific. I'm confident that the progress we've made in the last 2 years, whether it is in a technology transfer of GEF 414 engines, whether it is in the continuation of co-production that we've done on Apaches and M777s, or the new co-production that will happen with MQ-9 or with Stryker or with Javelin or whatever may come next. It is the people that are working together day in and day out through our increasingly intense, deep and scaled exercises and our ability for our countries to operate together at a moment's notice. That is my responsibility as the leader of United States Defense Group India here, is to give options to our political leaders in partnership with my Indian colleagues. And I've been deeply thankful to them for their support, for their cooperation, for the great progress that we've made. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for those welcome remarks. For now, I would like to call upon Shri Vishwesh Negi, Joint Secretary, International Cooperation, Ministry of Defense, Government of India, to deliver his special remarks.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all. On behalf of the Ministry of Defense, I convey my warm greetings to the Secretary General of Quds International, also to Admiral Baker from the US Embassy, and to all the esteemed and learned guest panelists who are present at this forum. We appreciate the sincere efforts of the Quds International in organizing this important interaction, which reflects on the India-US defense relations, and for inviting the Ministry of Defense to share our perspective in this important and ever-growing area of cooperation between the two leading democracies of the world. I also thank the USI of India, the US Embassy in New Delhi, and the US ISPF for supporting this initiative today. The India-US bilateral relationship, especially in defense, is indeed set to be the most consequential 21st century partnership. We have everything going for us. Our strong global, comprehensive, and also close partnership is underpinned by mutual strategic interests, natural convergences in security, defense, and trade, the foundational defense agreements, and an understanding to work together to preserve the global commons and the rules-based international order. I would reiterate the words which have been spoken by the previous speaker, that the last 2 years have been a period wherein a real momentum has been picked up in defense, primarily building on the implementation of the foundational agreements like the LEMOA, COMCASA, GSOMI, and the BECA. The portfolio of defense cooperation has increased both in substance and activities. This relationship is further accelerated by the presence of a large and productive Indian diaspora in US, which is an important element working to bring our countries closer. We believe that the time in the India-US relationship is now. Some of the core elements of this ever-growing defense partnership with the US, I would like to mention here. Although it might have been spoken about in the earlier sessions, but I don't want to miss this opportunity to express the viewpoint of the Ministry of Defense. What we have now is a very robust military-to-military engagement framework, exercising together and also engaging in all defense fields and domains. I'm happy to share that with the United States, we conduct the largest range of exercises globally, participating in CENTCOM, AFRICOM, and also exercises in the Indo-PACOM. One of the main reasons for such an integration has been the operational usage of mostly similar defense platforms, like the C-17s, C-30s, Apaches, Chinooks, P-8s, M777s, etc. Further, Indian and US navies operate closely in the Indo-Pacific, from the west coast of US to the Western Indian Ocean. Last year, India also joined the US-led Combined Maritime Force, which is a naval construct. This will enable greater operational coordination in the Indian Ocean region. In this endeavor, especially in the maritime zone, we are working towards cooperating in maritime domain awareness, SAR activities, UDA programs, and similar such new initiatives. A special mention on the defense industry partnership, which is graduating from the naturally perceived buyer-seller relationship to an equal stakes partnership focusing on co-manufacturing and co-development. Under the Make in India policy, India is becoming one of the largest defense manufacturing bases in the world, which can also produce defense equipments for its partner countries in the region. As a result of these revised policies, more and more global defense companies, including from the US, are setting up their manufacturing bases in India. In this context, the Defense Industrial Roadmap, which is a manifestation of the vision of our respective leadership, covers all areas and builds up a sustained defense industrial partnership for years to come. It is a vision statement which has been minutely detailed, taking into fold the perspectives of stakeholders from within and outside the government, especially the industries. Therefore, it is a reflection that there is a common agreement across the defense industries in both the countries for a long-term partnership in focus areas. To cement the industrial partnership, the Security of Supplies Agreement, commonly known as SOSA, will be an important factor as and when it is adopted by the two sides, as it is bound to give impetus to both the defense primes and also the startups. India is also emerging as the supply and maintenance hub for partner countries like the United States in the Indian Ocean region. The Master Ship Repair Agreement signed with the US government will go a long way in enabling our shipyards to further gain capabilities and capacities. Similarly, in the air domain, the usage of similar assets is leading to creation of engine and component MROs in India by the US OEMs. We had launched the India-US Defense Acceleration Ecosystem, INDUSX, in 2023. It has been a huge success. Indian and US startups are working together on multiple joint challenges. The INDUSX facilitates partnership among Indian and US defense companies of all sizes, incubators and accelerators, investors and universities, with the support of the Indian and the US government. Other exciting areas include niche initiatives like defense cooperation in space, artificial intelligence, and cyber. We recently concluded an important and successful session in the India-US Defense Space Cooperation and also Defense AI Cooperation in the US, which was timed exactly around when a major India-US civil space cooperation event was being held in Bengaluru. Apart from the positives, equally important are certain areas wherein both the governments still need to work. Primarily getting more of our defense industries primes together for co-development, in which a government is very keen to engage and create a G2B forum where government could provide the necessary ecosystem for the major defense industries to interact and network. Something similar to a kind of ecosystem we have created for the startups. And also to build a stable chain of supplies. At the same time, we need to work on removing various regulatory barriers and minimizing export controls, including ITR. What do we have in store in the next few months? We have a new government in place. What we are looking at, of course, there would be a summit level meeting between the two leaders of the countries, which would further reinforce the ongoing projects and would pave the way for providing guidance and vision for the next set of defense targets. We have the 2+2 ministerial meeting, which is supposed to be held in the latter half of this year, which would work in terms of taking a feedback from the innumerable working groups we have created across various domains. And also in the lead up to the 2+2, we have, as I said, working groups, we have the staff talks. So they would all contribute to quite a comprehensive portfolio of activities we intend to engage in to further solidify the close defense engagement we have in the United States. So finally, I would like to conclude by saying that India and US are natural partners in the 21st century and beyond, and have common interests and concerns. This partnership with a robust defense and security focus shall go a long way in promoting regional stability and ensuring common prosperity for India and the US. Thank you to you all.
Thank you. A round loud of applause, please. I hope everybody had a good breakfast this morning. Thank you. With this, we'll present the token of appreciation. And if we come at the center stage to have a group photo, please. All right. With this, we move on to our fourth panel discussion. Most of the audience has been waiting for this one, as that deals with their day-to-day lives. The fourth pillar of democracy, informed view of US-India defense relations. First and foremost, I'd like to call upon the moderator and chair, Major Namrata Dhasmana, geopolitical analyst. Also our other panelists, Dinakar Perry, senior assistant editor at The Hindu, Manu Pabi, senior editor at The Economic Times, Nanema Basu, editor Diplomacy and Defense, ABP Live, ABP Network, and Rahisha Sehgal, foreign affairs anchor, WION, and Snehesh Philip, defense and strategic affairs editor, The Print. So most of us have been reading their views. Today we'll get to hear their views also.
Okay, we've already crossed a little time, and I'm equally excited and, if I can say, nervous, because I'm surrounded by all the journalists. These are the people who keep interviewing us. Today I have the opportunity to interview them and to keep asking questions. And of course, then the panel will be open to all our esteemed audiences to ask. Good morning and Jai Hind to all the esteemed audiences who's present here. I'm Major Namrata Dhasmana, international relations expert, and an entrepreneur. I can say a rising entrepreneur. A bit about myself. I gave my 15 years of my military service to serve Indian Army. It was a slow and deliberate transition to corporate, where I take flavor of various diversified industries of manufacturing, ITS, BFSI. I'm an alumni of Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, where I did my strategic management, and I touched manufacturing sector to boost the Made in India and other strategic aspects of manufacturing sector by aligning them with the strategic aspects of industry. I've also done my research on governance and entrepreneurship and strategic importance of microeconomics in India with BRICS Research Institute, which is in South Africa, the Urban University of Technology. And my third work is on drug trafficking to human trafficking, which is almost ready and just looking for some more vital inputs. I'm also an empaneled independent director in Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I have been told to touch certain aspects of Indian Ocean and African work, which has been done in consultation with both India and US, which I'll be touching deliberately. It's a pleasure to moderate the most interesting yet relevant session on the fourth pillar of democracy, the informed view of US-India defense relations. When we touch upon the Indian Ocean, which is a region with strategic importance since 1950s, the increasing focus on the world in this region encourages a deeper India-US partnership. India-US partnership plays an important role as a regional stakeholders in collective issues, from trade and economic cooperation to security considerations. The Indian Ocean is being driven by the region's geoeconomics and evolving demographies, and hence this partnership plays a pivotal role in asserting the importance of EEZ. Also, the midpoints of both the nations, the outposts of both the nations in the midway should also be focused to mitigate any kind of security challenges. With all these kinds of strategic developments, it is yet important to also touch on the fourth pillar of democracy, which is there to set the narrative. And that is having the correct information about the developments of this partnership. I'll touch one quotation said by Mr. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. The superficiality, the one-sidedness, the inaccuracy, often even the dishonesty that has crept in modern journalism, not to take offense, please, continuously mislead honest people who want to see nothing but justice done. We are fortunate enough to have with us a panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights on various aspects of this pillar, enhancing the India-US partnerships. Let me briefly touch the distinguished profile of my panel here. Dinkar Perry is Senior Assistant Editor of Hindu. He's a defense correspondent at the Hindu newspaper, actively covering defense and strategic affairs for one of India's leading national dailies. Before journalism, he was an associate fellow at the Center of Land Warfare Studies, CLAWS, which is an autonomous think tank of Indian Army, and on special projects with St. Joe's. He holds 2 degrees and MBA in business sustainability and MSc in biotechnology. He has been a biology researcher and worked at the Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, and the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Mumbai. We also have Manu Pabi, who's a senior editor, Economic Times. He has been writing on defense and strategic affairs since 2005. Expertise in defense affairs, terrorism, and security, the strategic environment around India, and other issues of national interest. His particular focus on the defense industry and military economy. Assignments include reporting from Siachen Glacier to multi-nation war games in the Indian and Pacific Ocean, Jammu and Kashmir, and even India's Northeast, and reporting from across the globe, including Afghanistan, Egypt, and the neighborhood. He has been twicely awarded the Ramanand Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism, the CK International Award for Excellence in Print Journalism, and the Press Council of India National Award for Excellence in Investigative Journalism. We also have Nayanama Basu, who's a diplomacy and defense in ABP Live, ABP Network. She's a New Delhi-based journalist for over 20 years. She has been covering foreign policy and strategic affairs for various publications. She's presently the diplomacy editor for the print and has written extensively on the subject of Indo-Pacific. She recently covered the return of Taliban in Afghanistan. We also have Rahesha Sehgal, who's a foreign affairs anchor, WION. She's a very talented New Delhi-based journalist. She's presently working at WION News. She has completed her studies from DR College, North Campus, and the Asian College of Journalism, Chennai. She's a skilled news anchor with a keen interest in strategic and defense issues. We also have here Snehesh Alex Philip, who's a defense and strategic affairs editor in print. He's an experienced journalist with a demonstrated history of working in the newspaper, news agency, TV, and now digital. A strong media and communication professional in the postgraduate diploma in journalism from the Asian College of Journalism. So I'm going to have my candid conversation with all these journalist friends after the panel. But before that, let's get the thing started. How I have designed the discussion is to touch a little on what I've been told to do on Africa and India, on Africa, the work done by India and US and Africa. And then I'll keep the panel open for my all panelists. If time permits, I'll ask the questions, else the arena will be open for the audiences. So we've spoken and heard about the work done in Africa and to put the perspectives in right, to increase the security measures in the maritime domain, especially in the region of the Horn of Africa. Different naval forces in the Indo-Pacific joined hands to seek cooperation with various international organizations and regional partners. A diverse set of engagements in education, healthcare, agriculture, defense and security, science, technology, capacity building, and infrastructure that India has laid down for the interest and willing countries from Africa is much appreciated by the recipients. India-US strategic dialogue also facilitates the exchange of ideas and explore avenues for developing institutions, technical and bilateral synergies between India and the US and Africa. This is a recent development, and notably, this is the first dialogue of its kind between the two nations since the African Union became a permanent member of the G20 during India's presidency. Now, the trend has been found in the narratives identified a high incidence of disinformation related to the US skepticism. For example, war-related disinformation included a military exercise called Han Kwang drills, which were conducted as a rehearsal for a former President Sang Ing-swen escape, and as an evacuation drill for America. Then the narrative was the US would not be able to protect Taiwan in the event of war and might even abandon it. As we have heard from our eminent guests by the ambassador, that we are on a mission, and we are on a mission to counter this cognitive warfare also. The US government has asked, as we navigate this new era of cooperation, co-imagination, several questions arise in combating disinformation and best practices associated with it. India-US partnerships shape the geopolitical dynamics of the Indo-Pacific region, and it is imperative to battle the disinformation to anchor peace and strong bilateral relations. There's the way the narrative and disinformation can be seen against our friend United States of America. At the same time, I will also emphasize upon Western media, which does indicate some disinformation and not actually what's happening on ground. Before I touch only the media, there are also a lot of surveys that does touch the cognitive minds of people. Recently, I was reading a survey done by Gallup's, a US-based organization, where they did the survey on the willingness to fight for the country. And the survey says 86% of Pakistanis are ready to fight for their country. I'll not dwell much into it. The audience is wise enough to understand whether the survey can be right with 86% of Pakistani people fighting for the country or not. So that's the reason the call for regulations to modulate or to regulate these kind of narratives or these kind of disinformation is important. And that's the way I will just begin the discussion with my esteemed panelists, and I will invite Dinkar Perry to open the session with his narrative. And if time allows, I will ask the questions, else we'll switch on to the another panelist. Mr. Dinkar Perry.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Kurtz, for this invitation to be here. And yeah, yesterday it was quite a heavy day. I've been here all day. So I'll just take, I've been given a few tentative questions, so I'll just stick to that given the time, about 5 minutes. So couple of things about the TOTs, how much of TOT is actually happening between India and the US, and the role India and US-India defense partnership on the broader geopolitical dynamics in the Indo-Pacific. So TOT, I mean, we hear quite a lot about the transfer of technology, and in fact, in India we have a different way of, or rather a slightly skewed way of looking at TOT. We look at percentage, and we get excited about it. We talk about 60, 70, 80. I mean, that's probably not always the real metric to judge TOT, because if that was the metric, we should have been building our own MMRCA, our own submarines and whatnot. I mean, after all the 3, 4, 5 decades, what we have been doing, what we have been doing. So that said, the fundamental point is no one will give you the real core tech, whatever the price, because that's what keeps countries apart. They'll keep that club exclusive. Not just, say, jet engine is one example, but that applies to all the technologies. So the point is, when we say we want technology transfer, we should be wise enough to first say, okay, the core, no one will give that. Get the other ones, build your capabilities, and then build the core tech on your own. So the jet engine also should be seen in the same light. So the GE414 in that sense is quite a significant deal. In the sense, it's a manufacturing license. So we'll be assembling that engine here, which definitely will, upscale your industry. It's a chance to upscale your industry, but the point remains, we should build our own engine. So it's both. It's a great opportunity, but also something we should keep parallelly going. Something we should not lose sight of that, because we take it for granted, then you are dependent on someone else for that engine forever. So that should not also be the case. And that said, when we talk about co-design and co-development, we talk a lot about it now. But so far, the real code design between India and US is not really much. I mean, there are a few projects now on the list, the revamped DTTI, but they are yet to see light of the day, because they're still somewhere on the drawing board. Quite a few of them, but we're yet to see them. So what we are talking about is co-manufacturing right now, whether it's Striker, some assembly of the MQ9s, etc., etc. So it's a great step, but we are still not there at the code design. Probably that's the next step. You're coming there one step at a time, because it just does not happen overnight. On the second point on that, so how does this India-US defense collaboration benefit the larger global? We talked, Africa was mentioned a lot, and also how does it influence geopolitics? There's a significant positive multiplier effect, I would say, in that terms, because India and US bring two different capabilities. The US has the technology, the capacity. So US brings the market, the technical expertise to upscale it, to lower the price. Someone mentioned yesterday, not Captain Palmer. So not everyone wants that high-end tech. Not most people can't afford it. So it's the lower-end things, the support elements, so the transport aircraft, the support vehicles, etc., which most countries want. And it's not about just giving a niche technology. It's about using it, employing it in the right way, which probably most countries in the Indo-Pacific, I'll just talk in the Indo-Pacific context, most of them probably don't even need it, can't use it. It's both ways, can't afford it. So that's where I think the India-US collaboration on this defense industrial scale really fills that gap, because we can scale it down, make it more affordable, and get it across. Which, I mean, there are a lot of countries. One country can't do enough. I mean, India has been trying to do a lot in the AOR, especially in the maritime domain, the Navy being the kind of the lead in that. But capacities are limited. See, India has to cater to its own requirements. There are compulsions, exigencies, and also, sparing what you can. So, I mean, we have been seeing a real crunch of sparing capacity. So that's, again, what India and US can fill. So one quick point on the disinformation, which, again, has been mentioned in my questions. So in the India-US relationship, probably disinformation does not play so much aspect. It's in a way limited. But yes, the disinformation happens elsewhere. For example, what we face as journalists is, say, for example, in the war in Ukraine, we don't know what to believe. There's so much coming out. Many times we are actually struggling to figure out what is right, what is not. And so is in Israel and Gaza now. so much coming out. We kind of try to figure out. In a classic India-US context, probably in the relationship perspective, not so much. But yes, as two independent media, I think we are doing a good job, I would say, on that. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dinkar. I'll quickly touch upon certain aspects of TOT. We have spoken and discussed a lot on TOT, and very interestingly, we also touched upon the aspect of divergence and convergence yesterday. And yes, when we talk about TOT, it is actually both ways, and the partnership is important for both the nations to take things ahead at a global level. The few things are manufactured here, keeping in to consideration the global interests of other nations as well, and certain aspects of technology. We always look forward from our partner countries. The aspect of disinformation has been touched very quickly and diplomatically by my friend Dinkar. I really cannot combat on it from the journalist, but I'll just request Manu to touch upon his points, and then if time permits, we'll take things ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll be very brief, and I want to talk to you in very practical terms, not theoretical terms. I want to talk to you about disinformation, how it will impact us, India, US, what we can do about it, and what other things to watch out for in the coming days. And this is my perspective. I don't have any inside information. This is my experience as a journalist for the past 20 years, seeing how things work out and reading up on what's happening. We all know what disinformation is, right? It is actions by a third party, by a state or non-state actor to achieve their goals through the information warfare means. I think in the India-US context, the biggest problem you're going to see is there's going to be a question on the India-US partnership, on how deep is it? Is it really good? Is there really technology transfer? Are we really as close as we claim to be? And the two main actors in this, of course, are going to be Pakistan and China. They're the ones who are going to work out to create those fissures, to make them visible. But the disinformation itself, from what I'm seeing, will not come directly from Chinese or Pakistani sources. It's going to come from the European side. We've seen a lot of articles being planted in Europe questioning the partnership in different forms. It questions the ability of American systems in service with the Indian armed forces, whether they are good, whether the MQ-9s are getting shot down all over the place. Same thing that we faced when we exported stuff to Armenia. There were reports all over the time saying that our equipment there was failing, it's not good. So these are the kind of examples that we're going to be seeing coming up very, very much prominently in the future. It's also going to be disinformation aspects on the Quad and our partnership with other like-minded nations. They're going to try to create divergences in our views on things. The more we move away from Russia as a partner, and Russia has not been a very reliable partner, unfortunately, when it comes to military technology, because their technology is failing, they are behind the world, and the Chinese, frankly, are doing better than them. So we will see more disinformation coming from the Russian side. And I can tell you, like, from very practical example, what will this disinformation target? The ambassador yesterday talked about strategic autonomy and not being real. Now that for India is a really touchy topic, and this is a topic which I'm sure that our adversaries, the Chinese, the Pakistanis, and maybe others, will use to emphasize that, oh, India or Russia can also use that. India and US are getting so close, but if India gets close to the US, there will be no strategic autonomy. This is how misinformation, disinformation is utilized, and I see that coming together. Countering this will require a lot of credibility building for the media and the government. It will come as a very, very big shock to everyone in the room, but governments lie. They lie all the time. Indian government, the US government, there's no dearth of lying, half-truths, mistruths. And jobs of people like us in the room, most of the journalists here, is to expose them, is to write the right thing, is to work together. And I think that's why Indian and US journalists can work together, and not just them. Indian journalists in the room, they can all work together to figure out okay, this information is out there and it's maybe government planted, but is it true? And we have seen examples in the US media how it's done. Very famously, they exposed the entire WMD drama in Iraq. That was a US media which exposed that the war done was wrong. It was on the wrong basis. And I think we need to work together to ensure the Indian and the US media have to work together to ensure that certain things which are coming out, is there tech transfer really? Are there restrictions on use of equipment? Are there things that have been said by the governments but are not true? I think we need to work together on that. And I mean, the simple thing is India and the US common traits are democracy and a relatively free media. And I think those are our biggest strengths, and we need to solidify them further and work together. Thank you.
Very comprehensively covered by Manu about the soldiering that the journalists have to do. I cannot omit this word soldiering since I am a soldier and a lot of soldiers are here. Touching the aspect of disinformation, I mean, yes, it's a cognitive warfare, as I was touching about how disinformation has adversely affected, US as well. There are things like the US would not be able to protect Taiwan in the event of war and might even abandon it. And the US government had asked Taiwan National Defense Medical Center to develop biological weapons. In addition, disinformation was also spread in connection with social problems in Taiwan, such as falsification of US pork as domestic pork, and that US pork contains the ractopamine, an animal breeding addictive that exceeds the standard value. So now these are the kind of narratives when set, definitely it plays an important role, not just in the partnership, but even at the global arena, where we are there to set the narratives. And I mean, media is an influencer. When narrative is set, people do get influenced. So I would like to request Nayanima Basu to just touch briefly upon her views and just enlighten us with her things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Just a small correction. I'm with ABP Live, ABP Network, covering foreign policy and defense for them. Again, I've been asked a few questions to be answered, for this session. I would not take much time. Just to talk about disinformation again, I believe a lot has been the role that has been played by social media today, and also journalists, I would say, tend to play victim to that. We are relying too much on tweets these days, I believe, and not really on primary source, which used to be the traditional old school journalism. And I consider myself to be a student of old school journalism, being in journalism for almost 20 years now. When I started, I remember my first editor telling me that you must always be there when the news is happening. Well, that may not be possible today in an era where cost cutting and budget has become the mainstay of all media organizations mostly. But then I've been lucky enough to work for several media organizations who gave me the freedom to go and do ground reporting. And which is why I was able to probably cover Afghanistan when the Taliban takeover happened. And again, the decision was taken by me not to rely on Western media, or for that matter on tweets that the Taliban is coming, not coming, Ghani is living, he's not leaving. So I thought it'll be better for me to go, and I was quite grateful to my organization at that time to let me go and cover from there. Apart from that, I believe when it comes to ground reporting, a lot of journalists these days shy away from the fact that when we can get the information sitting in our office, why take the pains to go there? I again understood that when recently I was there in Eastern Ladakh, seeing the situation there, what the local residents, the villagers there are telling me about the standoff that is going on. Frankly speaking, sitting in Delhi, we hear something completely opposite the narrative is. But I think that's the job of a journalist, to play the balancing act and to bring the truth as much as possible. Although that is not really that easy, considering the times and days we are living in, because it seems the prerogative of most journalists these days have become to please all, and so that they are not cut off from so-called special briefings or gatherings. But then I guess we are not being truthful to our readers for that matter. We should always speak the truth, state the facts, and that's as simple as that. Apart from that, I think when it comes to India-US relationship, this is a very delicate relationship that has been, it has had its own history, not just today, it's been going on for decades now. We've had several ups and downs, but I guess for the last 10 years, maybe, or more than that, since the civil nuclear deal was signed in 2008, the relationship has been towards an upward trajectory. But again, taking cue from what US Ambassador yesterday said, there will always be, I believe, from my personal opinion, kind of trust factor in this relationship. So when we talk about technology transfer and going into sensitive technical cooperation, technological cooperation, be it ISET, be it before that, the father of ISET, I always called it, was the DTTI. There will always be the question of trust, and that factor will always play in as to how close India will be with Russia. Now, I'm not going to give here my opinion whether that is necessary or not. For India, strategic autonomy has always been important, but as I recently wrote in one of my columns, that strategic autonomy should not give rise to a bowl of noodles where you get completely entangled in what you need to do. But you need to prioritize what are your national security and how, which friend of your or a so-called like-minded partner is going to come and help you when you are really there fighting probably a two-front war, I don't know, or maybe some war, but then you really have the China challenge to address. So I think these are some of the questions the government needs to answer. It's not for the journalists to answer, but at the same time, I believe India-US relationship has come a very long way. Today, we see a lot of deals that are going to happen under the ISET route. If they really go through, it'll be good for both countries, not just for India, it'll be good for US as well, which definitely needs India as much as India will need the US. Having said that, I would also believe in the fact that India should not look away from its neighborhood. I've always, in my writings, through my whatever contribution I can do in terms of my journalism, is the fact that you need to talk to everyone, even if it is Pakistan. I know a lot of you will not agree to me, and I think I'm a permanent victim of troll for saying this, but I will continue to say this, that you need to have a conversation. If Kashmir you really think is an integral part of India, then you need to assert that with several moves that you need to take. You need to also have a dialogue with China. A standoff that is going on cannot continue the way it is continuing now. So again, I think both leaders, Prime Minister Modi, President Xi, they need to speak. Dialogue is the only way I think you can solve certain issues. Yes, if you really are so keen to go for a war, then I have nothing to say. But I think conversation is very important, be it neighborhood or be it beyond your neighborhood. If you can invite a Maldives for swearing in, you can also have a conversation opening up for your other difficult neighbors. So that's my moot point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Quickly, I will just touch upon certain things what my friend Nainama has mentioned about the grounds journaling. I mean, we have learned about ground soldiering. Things are absolutely different when we move out from our comfort zones, and that's what perhaps is maybe I can say the missing element in journalism. Yes, many of my tweets are also taken, and I don't even come to know that they get converted into articles. So yes, that's perfectly the way the modern journalism is now taking a shape. But then when we talk about kalam, when we talk about pen is mightier than sword. And that's where the power of journalism is all about. And that's where perhaps our journalist friends, when they are on the ground, they are able to make that difference, and they are able to set the right narrative, which is imperative in the global changing landscape altogether. I'll touch upon the conversation with or the dialogue with our neighbors. Precisely, we are evolving big time. We are transitioning. I mean, our country, India, as a nation, is evolving, and to what extent the dialogues really need to happen with our neighbors also takes a strategic aspect altogether, because there are other things also which takes a prime role at this point of time. Secondly, the balancing act what Nainima mentioned about as a journalist, I think that's again a very, very important aspect when we talk about the Indo-US partnerships. The correct narrative and balancing with what actually both the nations are doing globally, not only for each other, really needs to be emphasized and focused upon by both the nations' government as a regulatory force, so that no such kind of disinformation or campaign happens. I will request now Rahesha Sehgal, who is a foreign affairs anchor and beyond, to touch upon her views on disinformation and what she has to offer us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In today's day and age of uncertain times, global geopolitics has taken a pivotal moment. We are facing two wars, like what we've been discussing here yesterday as well, what the panelists have also touched upon. Two wars, the Ukraine-Russia war and the war in Gaza, and also the possibility of China and Russia opening a third front in the Indo-Pacific region to challenge the West, which is also high. And amidst such a complex and evolving backdrop, the two nations that have stood the test of time is the United States of America and India. Well, Washington and New Delhi have routinely highlighted that the world's oldest democracy, the US, has cooperated with the world's largest democracy, India. Well, they're not only areas of mutual interest where both the countries converge, but also strong people-to-people ties between India and the US. However, it is the defense ties that has taken the center stage between both the countries, from US aerospace major Boeing coming out with Atmanirbhar Bharat approach for P-81 aircraft to perhaps a success story of F-41 jet engine. I will, of course, not be touching upon this. I will be talking about the role of media, which is the fourth pillar of democracy, in strengthening ties between India and the US, and how perhaps news coverage have informed the public about this very important partnership that we are witnessing today. I will be listing out several factors and substantiating with examples for better understanding for all of us. Because we're in the age of social media, which has become an integral part of our daily life, the first factor, of course, is diplomatic communication. Well, leaders and diplomats from across countries, when they meet each other at the summits and conclaves, they click pictures and they post it on Twitter, also known as Twitter diplomacy. To quote some instances here, of course, we've all seen the Melody trend on Instagram, where Prime Minister Modi clicked a picture with the Italian Prime Minister, and that took the social media by a storm. Or perhaps the laughs, the hugs, and the selfies of Prime Minister Modi at the G20 summit last year in New Delhi. When we come across such pictures on social media, what comes to your mind? Of course, the first thing that comes to our mind is the born home of New Delhi with various countries and the growing stature of India at a global stage. The second factor is the role of media in forming public perception. We've seen how social media went gaga over Prime Minister Modi's 3-day state visit to the US. I myself remember covering Prime Minister Modi's 3-day state visit on air, and we were covering minute by minute schedule of the Prime Minister, from the red carpet being rolled out to the historic address to the US Congress by Prime Minister Modi. The Indian media did cover minute by minute details of the Prime Minister's state visit. When you view such a program on your television or newspapers, for a layman, it gives an idea about strong India-US ties. And the Indian media, like I mentioned, I would now rather quote the headlines that were in the Indian media when Prime Minister Modi visited the US. One of the leading dailies wrote, US ties to go beyond, to go moon and beyond. Another newspaper wrote, New Dawn in India-US ties. Let's all see how the Western media reacted to the coverage. One of the leading newspapers wrote, red carpets and yellow yoga mats, 5 moments that define India-US ties. Hence, just reiterating the point I made earlier, that when you see such news on TV or newspaper, it does have the power to form an impression on a layman on the growing ties between New Delhi and Washington. Another factor is media's role in enhancing soft power between two countries. In the case of New Delhi and Washington, America perhaps hailed India's Chandrayaan-3 moon landing, saying that it is proud to be New Delhi's partner. So when one country appreciates another country's success, there are two things that comes out. Number one, it gives a signal to their people that they care about the success of the other nation. And number two, of course, laments strong ties between two countries. Well, ties between two countries, two big powerhouses cannot always be smooth. Sometimes there are hiccups and misunderstandings. And let's tell you how media here plays a crucial role. It's called crisis communication, where media provides a platform to air concerns and perhaps a path for quick diplomatic messaging. And I have a recent example to quote here. When Prime Minister Modi visited Moscow, of course, the US had its concerns. Matthew Miller, the US Secretary spokesperson, gave out a press conference and he said that Washington is concerned with New Delhi's closeness to Moscow. Not only that, they also applauded Prime Minister Modi's role going forward in bringing peace and progress in the Ukraine-Russia conflicts. In such a scenario, media does play a crucial role for one country to publicly come out and air its concerns. Coming to the second aspect of my speech, where I'll be covering about disinformation and misinformation. Well, we've of course read a lot about with social media's growth these days. Social media is also double-edged sword. While information is just a click away, there are also chances of breeding ground of misinformation and disinformation. And recent data shows that India is the most frequently selected as the #1 risk when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. Now, as an anchor, and while we're reporting on various stories, especially with two wars in the backdrop, our approach is to report on both the sides. When it comes to Ukraine and Russia, what is happening in Ukraine, what Zelensky is saying, what Putin is saying, and let the viewer decide how to take things forward. I mean, a good report or a good story is only when we don't impose our opinions on the viewer, we just state facts. And to wrap up my speech, just that in any democratic country, the media plays an integral role in creating, molding, and reflecting public opinion. And no wonder it's called the fourth pillar of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahesha, for covering everything so comprehensively. She touched upon Twitter and social media, and yes, they do form part of setting the narratives and setting some kind of perspectives. But I would also like to mention here the kind of algorithms and the kind of bots which are there. And the moment you do one hashtag of perhaps China, your Twitter handle is just spammed. And I'm saying it with my own personal experience. Since the time I have mentioned it as a China watcher, it's been spammed by all the kind of spams and bots. I would also like to touch upon the motivation behind the disinformation. We do know that a lot of money gets infused to set the narrative, be it the time of electoral, just whether to influence the electoral conduct or during the time of elections or any other kind of important event. So I will switch over to Snehesh Philip, if he can touch upon the motivations behind the disinformation, and also to just share her views to enlighten us with her all experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's one advantage and disadvantage of speaking at the last is that one advantage is that you know what others have spoken. The disadvantage is that many would have already spoken about the topics that you really wanted to talk. Well, the topic that I'll go on to your point, but initially what was given to me was the importance of strategic reporting on India-US defense partnership, and that it should include balanced coverage for both benefits and challenges to enhance public understanding through in-depth feature stories. Now, I'll keep it very short, but if you look at the India-US Defense Cooperation, it's based on the new framework for India-US Defense Cooperation, which was renewed for 10 years in 2015, which means that it is up for renewal and talks are already on. If you look at how India's defense cooperation with the US has gone over the last few years, it was in 2016 when India was designated as a major defense partnership partner, right? And in 2018, India was moved into the tier 1 of the US Department's Commerce's strategic trade authorization license exception. Now, over the years, we have deals which are struck to close to about $20 billion. Major US platforms in use include the C-130J, the Apaches, the Chinooks, the M60 Romeos, and the P-8I-2. Along with it, now both the countries have also started, joint dialogue mechanisms, defense production and procurement group, and multiple other things, besides, of course, signing the three foundational agreements. Now we have the ISET. Both countries are discussing key projects, including, the GE Jet and Technology Collaboration, Striker, which is something which would be there, and of course, Javelin. Manu initially mentioned about the fact that, there is no, or Dinkar mentioned about the fact that there is no joint design phase that is happening. But I think one of the big projects that could have been pursued on the ISET, which has been now been rejected, is the M777 extended range. It was a new version that was offered on the ISET. For some reason, the Indian Army didn't want to go in for that, but that would have meant a genuine code design and code development phase that would have happened. So you can see that a lot is happening between the India and US when it comes to defense, but what is missing is in-depth features, in-depth understanding of what really is happening. We still focus, and when I say we, I don't mean just the journalist as whole, but even, policymakers, we still focus on deals and agreements, but not on the strategic growth that is happening between the two countries. The perception, sadly so, is that the India-US relationship is still very transactional, right? We are looking at specific technology, specific systems. The US, it is felt not just by Indians, but many, that the US is looking at India as a counterbalance to China. So it still continues to be a very transactional kind of a relationship. And I keep saying this, that no matter how much we may buy, talk, cooperate, the fact is that there is a trust deficit on the Indian side when it comes to the US. And I would say rightly so, the trust deficit, right? Given the history that has happened between the two countries, right from the time that we got right from its cooperation with Pakistan, the 71 war. So there's a history to it, and there's a trust deficit. But there are a lot of things that happen on the away from the limelight. For example, when the Ladakh conflict started, the US came in with a huge help in terms of the satellite imagery, which gave us live location, live feed of what the Chinese were up to. It also gave the Indian Army the high altitude clothing. Now this is something, a lot is happening there. But Delhi is shy about talking about this. The US also doesn't talk about this, and they have their own reasons why they don't want to project the cooperation that is happening. But as I said, the trust deficit. But why is that so? It's because the lack of information flow, right? Because of the lack of information flow, there is no in-depth understanding of what really is happening between the two sides in terms of the strategic the growth that is there. Now, for example, yesterday you had the US ambassador here saying some strong comments about nothing being like a strategic autonomy in conflicts. But then you had in the morning, the former Army Chief General Naravne tweeted asking whose conflict is the US ambassador really talking about. So which also means that friction there. And because of this friction, I think what happens is that normally the remarks for the ambassador would have been taken as a feedback mechanism, but now would be seen as more of a criticism rather than as a feedback mechanism. So what the both countries really need to do is, I think, it should be focused on more interactions, constant information and cooperation that is happening between the two countries. And this cannot, for example, when it comes to defense, this cannot be led by just the private companies. It's not just about products. I think the US embassy, the US government would have a larger role in terms of conferences like this, in terms of having more briefings, more interactions, for the relationship to move beyond being seen as purely transactional. And of course, both countries will have irritants like the Russia, Iran, domestic politics, varying stands of human rights, religious freedom. Those issues would be there, but there's a whole feeling that why the US is still allowing trade with Russia, didn't impose CAATSA, is because US is again looking at India as a transactional one because it wants to counter China, but not as a true friend or as a true partner. So I think that's something that needs to be countered for this relationship to survive in the longer, for this relationship to flourish in the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you, Snehesh. He's put across things very comprehensively, and certainly a question whether the relations are transactional or the relations are sustainable and long-term. Whether the relations are only looking forward to counter China or to actually happen the transfer of technology, the convergence to make things happen at a broader spectrum altogether. Along with this, since it is to put an emphasis on informed view of through media, I would like to ask any of the panelists, if possible, Ms. Rahesha can answer that information that discredits the US may increase in the future. If you can determine that there has been disinformation intervention from any other countries, how do you distinguish whether it was initiated by any organizations and institutions or by any individuals? Because any disinformation that happens between US-India partnership, it does influences our friendly talks, our trust deficit. We have heard about a lot of the such kind of things. So this kind of narrative or this kind of disinformation, if it is done by any other person or any other organization or association, how do you look at it?
So I have a recent example to quote, not pertaining to US-India ties, but the recent bomb attack on a children's hospital in Kiev in Ukraine, which killed around 40 children and injured hundreds. So at that point of time, the UNSC held an immediate meet. But what happened was that the TASS news agency, Russia's news agency, was blaming Ukraine. And the Western media, from which we also take support, Reuters and AP, they started they started saying that it was done by Russia. So in such a scenario, when we don't know what exactly happened, we don't know from where the bomb came, we don't know how the children died, was it misfired or not, what we do is, as a media house, we report on both the sides. We state facts. We really don't question anybody. We don't put a question mark. We don't do fear mongering. So in this scenario, we stated that the Russia said that the missile was fired from Ukraine and supplied by Norway. It was the NASAMS missile which struck the hospital, but we still don't know if it was fired by Russia or by Ukraine. So the go-to move in such a scenario, and also because media is so fast-paced that everything needs to be delivered, we are always battling time and efficiency and facts. So we just state the facts. We don't really, like I mentioned, we don't single out any other country.
On this, I'll just, since we talked about disinformation, I think we talked about the fact that there would be other countries who would not be happy with the growing India-US cooperation, not just in defense, but across the spectrum. But I think a lot of disinformation also comes from within these two countries itself, right? There would be people in India who would not be happy with the growth trajectory that is happening between India and the US. And there are people in the US and in the administration who are not happy with the growth trajectory that is happening between India and the US. So I think disinformation is something that will have to be fought not just on a global scale, but also in the internal scale or internally also. And as I said, the internal disinformation happens primarily because there is a trust deficit. And I keep emphasizing on this fact that there needs to be more trust and the relationship to be seen not just as purely transactional.
Thank you, Philip and Rahesha. My next question is with Ms. Nayanama Basu, my dear friend. So now, I mean, cognitive warfare we are talking about. We have all the military veterans here, military leaders here. But then cognitive warfare is also there. Disinformation has been confirmed in recent years, creating anti-scientific and anti-medical messages. It also tantamounts to poisoning the minds. And so that's where my question goes. What's your take on this? What are your views on the disinformation that creates violence affecting the bilateral relations between the two nations? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would say what basically Rahisha said, that, the job of a journalist basically is to report both sides. When it comes to disinformation, I guess, as I also earlier said, that we need to go back and rely on our primary sources. Now, the problem these days is for journalists is the fact that we talk to people who would love to remain as sources and not to come out in the public, and that goes across diplomacy beat or defense beat. Now, that becomes sometimes an impediment for every little basic information, even for the matter that what will be Prime Minister itinerary in Russia. For that also, we were getting source-based information. I think that really needs to stop, and that is when things, readers start to question you, and the fact that a lot of, we give space to a lot of disinformation. And the fact that, again, I mean, as journalists, our hands are also tied to a very large extent because of several factors. But what we can do, again, as I've stated, that we need to be there where the news is happening. Yes, it's not always possible to be there. We are not crystal gazers, but at the end of the day, when you know something is happening for 2-3 years, or that's going on and you're writing on it regularly, make it a point to go there, talk to the people there on the ground, and come back with truth and with actual real hard facts. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nayanima. Definitely, job of journalist is not easy. I think it's a mix of both modern and traditional. Being modern, yet sticking to the traditional aspects of it. I have a question with Dinkar. How can a regulated, well-informed media information exchange for regional partner countries in Indo-Pacific be enhanced through the US-India partnership? What impact does it have on any disinformation campaign in that particular region, since we are emphasizing upon it?
One quick point before taking that up, the previous aspect of the India-US disinformation. I mean, how do you deal with it? In sense, the one remark I made was, in terms of the India-US relationship, the disinformation is limited. Why I said that was, if you actually look up, say, you follow Global Times, probably they are the only ones. Literally every day they have something saying India is doing, on the India-US relationship. But you don't see that in a much wider sense. In a sense, it does not gain traction because not too many people probably read Global Times. It does not get into the other way. So the India-US, largely what you have on social media is mostly views, or people, hyperventilating whatever extreme views, that's fine. So the disinformation is in that sense limited as of now, and it definitely will grow, as to take forward Manu's point. Say, as Russia cedes space, so you'll see more, thing coming from that end, or say from Pakistan, probably, yes. So it will grow, but right now it's in a way, in a more measured state, I would say. So on that point of Indian-US structured thing, yes, again, there are apprehensions in the neighborhood. There are apprehensions about India. Say, people see as a big brother, or trying to, force its way in, whatever is the case, Maldives or somewhere else. We have literally seen the entire neighborhood kind of becoming a lot of touchy in the last couple of years. And the same thing with the US. So in a way, a structured India-US, kind of assuaging, a good structured media, I wouldn't say outreach, but just putting things out in black and white. Because see, that's exactly where the mainstream media comes in. In this day and age of probably the social media and fake news, we are even more important. Because once we put out something, the chatter dies to a large extent. And that's exactly where our level of confirmation also comes in. Quite a few times we just call someone and say, tell us yes or no. Is it happening? Is it not happening? Details later. That's fine. That can wait. Because something is, classic case is India-Pakistan. Literally everything is flying all over the place. There is no holds barred. Everything is literally saying anything and everything. There is no end to it. So in that case, quite a few times we are at a predicament. We can't really say it because we know, we have a sense, but we want a certain level of authentication. We are waiting for that yes or no. And things die down once we put that out, or our organizations put that out, tweet that out, put out a story. It's like, okay, I get message saying, oh, is it right? I'm sure we all get that. Is it correct? Is this happening? They'll say, wait. And one tweet, things die down. So that really plays, the mainstream media really plays probably even more important role in this day and age of social media and disinformation. And that, in the sense, can play a major role in the same manner, because, as I said, this is only going to grow further.
Absolutely rightly brought up by Dinkar, as like journaling is like soldiering. You just have to be to the point, absolutely with all the kind of things that are required by the boss. So it's a job definitely our journalist friends are doing. I would like to ask Manu, uh, deep fake is in vogue, and that's again something we saw so comprehensively even during recent conflicts. So what's your view how to counter these videos virals which comes with deep fake, because that also influences minds, that also is a propaganda campaign, that's also a one way of disinformation. It's just not by writing or changing the narrative, but now when technology is coming into creating this kind of narrative, how do you counter, how do you see countering this kind of disinformation through deep fakes?
There's only one solution to that, and the solution is in this room. It is journalism. We have to strengthen journalism. A random social media handle which has no stake, no credibility, it should not get picked up and distributed by all our media channels and websites which have credibility. Credibility is we've earned credibility. We've all worked as journalists for 10, 15, 20 years. When you put out something in your name, it is credible. So the more that social media becomes disinformation arises, I think we'll see a cycle in which people will come back to real journalism and say, okay, you know what? This thing is trending, but what is the real thing? Should I look at Mr. Perry's tweet and see, oh, what has he said? Or what is his story? I think that's how it's going to get strengthened. And as a journalist, I love sources. Okay, sources are great, especially in a time when government has become very one-sided in communication. It's like, okay, we'll give you a press release, we'll give you one tweet right from this. We need to have sources, but we need to have credible sources, and credibility of the source is your credibility. So you have to strengthen yourself as journalists, and if we get strengthened as journalists, if what we write gets proven right, in not at the immediate moment, but in 6 months, in a year, you have to slowly build up on that credibility. And that's the only way to counter disinformation, be it deep fakes, be it narratives, be it, any other sort of misdirection. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. We do have time, and if there are any questions from our audiences, the panel is open to answer. The mic can go to ma'am, to Jan Yadav. The rear audience perhaps will not be able to.
All right. The stream is going on, so they want the mic to be on. The three gentlemen here are great friends. And my question is to one of them. I think very few in this room would know that Snehashish has had his 4 years in Pakistan. And, isn't that true, Snehashish?
Well, ideally, I would have wanted 4 years, but I was expelled in 9 months.
I always
So I have the
this
dubious
impression.
distinction of being expelled from
Great,
Pakistan.
great. That makes you a great journalist. Yeah. So the 9 months you were there, that's a medal. That's a medal, yes. And the 9 months you were there, I always thought that you had got posted for 4 years. That's what we were told when you went. And as a journalist and for 38 years in the profession, I think one of the best tenures that could have happened. Now you went at a time, and Pakistan and US have been great friends. History has that. And
They continue to be.
They continue to be, yes, absolutely. So what was the narrative sent by these, sent across by these two friends for the third country which you represented? Narrative set by them in Pakistan, where, India is a very major point of discussion.
See, at that time, I think, while I was in Pakistan, that was in 2013, and this was just before the Modi government had come in. And so at that time, I think the Pakistan and US relations were really high, compared to the situation right now. because at that time the Afghanistan issue was there. There was a whole terrorism issue. There was also the Kashmir, India thing. So the US cooperation with Pakistan was happening at a much faster pace, at a much better pace at then. But then I think Pakistan has benefited from his relationship with the US. And when it comes to information warfare, when it comes to this whole information, it comes to fake news, other things like that. And I keep saying this. I at times hold this session at the NDC, and when I tell them, I say that we need to learn from the ISPR when it comes to disinformation, when it comes to propaganda, because they are amazing at it. I think the reason why they're amazing at it is because over the years they've learned it with close cooperation with the West and especially the US. But that information, that agenda setting would keep changing from time to time depending on what the US is interested in. Right now, the US is not interested in having anything against India. US is looking at India as a friend, as a partner, and also as a counterbalance. So it all depends on what time of the year or what the currency is at that point.
Yeah, so perception management is somewhere there.
Yeah.
So can I?
Please, sir.
Okay, so I just want to pick up. Snesh made a statement that the trust deficit is on the Indian side.
No,
Yeah. So why are we scoring a self goal? Right. I'll just like to pick up. Ambassador yesterday made a point that strategic autonomy is not there in the conflict. Today, a follow-up statement by the defense attaché is that US is on a mission to avoid a third war. It means that the perspective of the US is defending against or making plans for an anticipated third war in which they want partners, right? Now, within this scope, let's see as to how the things do not match up. Russia, as I said yesterday, is a established partner of India. So to make a statement when Modi is visiting Russia and meeting Putin could have been avoided, because that will always make India distrust things. Pakistan is a sworn enemy of India, but US is getting again close to Pakistan, keeping the support on. Look at Bangladesh. Sheikh Hasina has been a good neighborly leader, which India wants, but at the time of election, the US was saying something else. So therefore, when you see such things, there is going to be a trust deficit. What India has been facing ever since independence is because of smaller neighbors, they will always feeling that big brotherly attitude, and there has been a trust deficit. So in this relationship also, it is the big brother, if I may use that term, which has to be more understanding, more pliable to see our sensitivities and not prod it every time.
I completely agree with you. So when I said there's a trust deficit in India, and I also mentioned rightly so, right? It was India is justified. People in the establishment is justified in having a little bit of trust deficit, and I said rightly so because of the past history that we've seen. But then I agree that both the countries will have to do more. The US will have to do more. At the same time, India will also have to be more open to what as a classic example of what the ambassador said yesterday. Now it has appeared in all the media. It will be there on the social media. It would be seen as the US being critical of India, US trying to hit out, trying to put pressure on the US. But the way that it has been seen is because of the trust deficit. Otherwise, it could very well have been seen as a feedback mechanism that was there.
So can I add on this? I think trust deficit is a very good thing. We should have it. It's what helps you improve. Otherwise, you can be in India-Russia relationship blind, one-sided. We can't question it. Or what India-China was for 50 years before Galwan happened. It was not questioned. It was not much debate in the public domain about what the relationship was about. It's good to have a trust deficit so that people can discuss and improve on things. And I think that's what we are doing. And that's also a call on how India and the US are both democratic and have an open forum for discussion, which is the media and public spaces.
Hello. Samir Karve from Maharashtra Times. Taking this point of trust deficit a little ahead, Snehesh, do you think that the cause of the trust deficit amongst the people at large and also in media looking at US is the cause is Pakistan, especially US stand on Pakistan, because whenever it comes to whatever we say, all said and done about US and India relationship, but when it comes to Pakistan, US is not at all committal on anything, or their stand is different. Be it F-16's thing, episode, and anything like that.
See, Pakistan is designated as a non-NATO ally by the US, so it continues to be a non-NATO ally to the US. The trust deficit is primarily because, of course, because of Pakistan, and of course, how the US state policy, their policies have really rolled out across the world. So it's nothing to do just purely with the relationship with Pakistan. But also, as I said, I think the perception has to be changed is from, and this is especially for the Americans, that from not to be seen as a more transactional relationship. As I said, people in India or people in the establishment would see whatever that the US is doing because at this point of time, US would need India as a counterbalance. But the question is, what if tomorrow US doesn't need? Would the US take a complete flip, go back to where it was? So I think that trust deficit is there, and it can only be removed when you have more interactions, more partnerships at multiple levels, not just at the government to government levels, at multiple levels, in people to people level. I think that's where the things will improve. And eventually, I think that's what both countries are trying to do. So I just flagged the irritants or the drawbacks that are there.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's a lovely view. So my question is to Nyanima, since he spoke about old school journalism, but I'd welcome the inputs from all the other panelists. There's a quote attributed to Tagore: "The truth in a dress finds facts too tight, but in fiction she moves with ease." So how would a journalist balance facts and fiction while writing a credible article? Because facts take time to come out, whereas fiction is omnipresent. And too much reliance on fiction adds to disinformation.
Thank you for that question, sir. Well, I have a simple answer. The fact that journalists should not ever believe in fiction, and we should always state the facts. Today, it has become difficult with the fact that, we follow some very tight deadlines. Anything that develops immediately, the editor wants the story to be there, but it always takes time, and which is why I think I'm one of those journalists who always file the story late, because I always want to assert and rely on my sources and understand if that is really true. So fiction, and maybe those, I don't know, journalists, we try to bring the facts as much as possible. But as far as fiction is concerned by some, I guess, as I said in my address also, is the fact that these days, many journalists have become people pleasers. And we've also, somewhere down the line, we have a fear that if we take a certain, write a certain thing, maybe this embassy or that ambassador or this person, that official will get upset and will stop calling me, inviting me. So I think that is always there. And I see that with a lot of my junior reporters also. And I think that needs to really stop. And again, as I said, we need to go and meet our sources, be it going to the ministries, be it meeting the whatever you're covering. You need to speak to people. You need to come out of your fancy offices. Journalists are not meant for 9-to-5 jobs. But these days, journalists are sitting with their laptops on their desk in fancy offices, refusing to go out and only relying on a New York Times or a social media post, which is unfortunate. And that's where the fiction really comes up. Thank you.
So, can I add to that? The problem is it's easier to create fiction, very easy. And that's what newsrooms want. The ownership model or the revenue model of media has to change.
Yeah.
Because as long as we have readers who like to have a masala headline, clickbait, and they'll click on it, and you get a salary based on number of hits your stories get, it's not going to work out. And there has to be a rethinking in media ownership, and that's the only way ahead. Otherwise, journalism will dwindle. There will be fewer and fewer credible journalists left. We've seen this happening in the West. It's going to happen here. So we need to have a look and decide. We can't do it. We are just reporters. We are content providers. But the people who run businesses, people who are invested in the country, that we need to have a free and fair media. There has to be more people coming out there and creating a model of business which works for credible journalism and not clickbait.
Just a quick add-on here. Sometime back, a couple of channels have tried this. I mean, I'm talking about TV. Going back to more of serious shows and doing away a bit of all these third world war and end of world day scenarios. But TRP is dropped because the audience, especially if you're a regional channel, you're catering to audience in a rural area, in the hinterland. You need certain amount of spiced up fiction added up to that. So it just didn't work there because they were losing revenue because no TRP, no ads, no sponsors. So they had to go back to that and they said thank you, do this. So I mean that's the criticality of the matter, and that's exactly where as I said, we needed a better probably revenue model. I mean there are no alternatives as of now. We depend on ads mostly, especially most of them, a bulk of them, and we as our newspaper, we're an expensive newspaper relatively speaking because you have to make money somewhere. So that puts its own pressures and ownership patterns again.
Under the
You know,
trend.
at the same, just one thing that I would like to add here is that nobody actually, no journalist, at least journalists that I know with credible bylines, people sitting on this desk would create fiction, right? You might get wrong with your sources. I think it's about depending on who you're talking to at what level of this thing. But for example, somebody on this table mentioned about the Iraq war and how the media exposed itself. But when the journalists at that time, when they talked about weapons of mass destruction, they believed in their story because it was coming in from a particular set of sources. They were not creating fiction on behalf of the US government at that time. What they did was they thought that they had the story right? It's just that those sources were compromised. It's just that the journalists got fooled into doing that story. That's a risk that will always happen when for example, in defense and in security affairs, there is no formal people that you could talk to. There is no requirements that are there. It all depends on who your sources are, the kind of friendship that you strike within the organizations. You reach out to them, you talk to them. That's where the information flows. And I keep saying this to everyone that no matter who is giving you the story, be it anyone, be it right from the top, be it the spokesperson or somebody in middle, they all are giving the story because they have an agenda behind the story. Either they want to please their boss, either they want to put their organization the best foot forward, or they want to hit out at somebody else. So I think when we take stories also, journalists should also try to understand the agenda behind those stories, and then go about with doing the story and keeping whatever precautions that can be kept.
Wonderfully put across. Understanding the agenda behind the sources is definitely very important for journalists.
Can I say a word?
Yes, I was just coming. I mean, I can see raising hands. Ma'am, you can just go ahead and yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I want to compliment this panel.
Thank you.
I've seen many of you. I started work as a PhD scholar on media and the Indian media and India's fight for the non-aligned media, New World Information Order. It's all old hat, old school journalism. Please take note. I'm particularly pleased that you mentioned about primary sources, because as I've guided so many PhDs, we insist on veracity, because veracity, truth sets you free, is a very simple line, which I liked even when I was doing my PhD. Now, my question is, I mean, I think a lot of stuff has been covered, but this is a relationship in which we come together because of I will be speaking on this, convergences and necessities, and there's a logic to it. So we do build trust along the way. And I think the argument about self-goal is very valid, because we are trying to build, sorry? Shall I continue?
Sure,
Yeah, okay.
please go ahead.
So my argument to you is that we are trying to build our capabilities and go forward in a very geopolitically troubled world, tumultuous world. So it's not about second guessing. It's not about transactions at this point. Transactions it's over, right? We are not, and I will be speaking, we're not moving from deal to deal. We believe in each other's need for each other. We have established that over 15 years. How long do you want? And during a conflict, there are many things that you will sacrifice, which you'll come to know much later. Because during a conflict, the government is not going to come and ask you, how do I run the conflict, you know? So I think that question needs to be more nuanced, and it need not be the central point of examining what's happening in this relationship. That's just a comment. The question is to any one of you, especially, you know, all of you who have been covering this Indo-US bonhomie. What is Russia, China interest, or, you know, how do they cover this? I mean, what I see in Global Times is, you know, okay, I mean, you know, there's something called credibility, big question mark, big question mark. It is useful though, because as a researcher, as a professor, I would look at it. But, you know, how do they look at this ongoing bonhomie? Because in my last visits to Moscow or anywhere else, there's this constant, and Chinese who come here in the early, you know, before the Galwan, there have been very strong advice to India that don't get close to the United States, as if we don't know what we are doing, and so on. So how does the media, you guys watch the media of those countries? And apart from the fact that you hear about disinformation, misinformation, practitioners, or they're part of the government, etc., how do the people of those countries get informed about what's happening, either about the war in Ukraine or about Indo-US, you know, great bonhomie? If anyone can answer.
I'll open the question. I'll also request Admiral Singh. Sir, you wanted to ask a question, please.
Not a question. I just wanted to
Sir,
give you an
please,
input.
sir.
You know, there's a lot of discussion on this transactional relationship and criticism, etc. So I was attending a meeting when I was in service between the US side and the Indian side. And one of the Indian bureaucrats, he told the US that if you criticize us too much, our relationship will become transactional. So the US person replied, he says, if I wanted our relationship to be transactional, I'll never criticize you. I've dealt with dictators, I don't have to criticize them. It's because it's beyond that. That's why we have, as two democracies, we should learn to criticize each other.
Yeah, it's definitely beyond that. Thank you, sir. Someone from the panel to please take on.
I've been to Russia many times, and to China, and I've seen how these people consume news. I'm in touch with journalists in Russia, not in China because they don't have journalists. But it is their consumption of news is totally off the mark. They don't have any independent resources. Even educated journalists in Russia, for example, are totally misinformed about the India-US relationship. They believe that it is a fad. Nothing is happening. They really believe that, for example, that Russia transferred technology to India, that they transferred jet engine technology before the Russians, before the Americans, they transferred fighter technology before. They really believe it. We in India don't believe it because we know it not to be true, but the people in Russia, they believe it. The Chinese, totally different. Again, I met journalists there, I met defense people when I've traveled there a few times. They don't see India as a threat. It's for them, they're grand. The way they see India is irritant, like the way we see Pakistan now. So I don't think it's very much in their consciousness. What happens in the public consciousness, because the question was how the public perceives it. There's no threat for them, and as journalists, you know, it's very interesting going to Russia and China because it is an example of what we could have been, and we are not there, thankfully, as India. China is a neighbor. You know, most of Asia doesn't have a free media, and you know, Russia could have. We had so much influence from the Russians in the 70s, so we didn't go that way. It's a good eye opener. We're very happy. We're lucky to be here, all of us.
So one very quick point on that. The constant crib of the Chinese side in our official discussions is about the Indian media. They keep complaining all the time, please control your media. And our side says, our media is free, we can't control them. We don't control them.
Yeah, media is on the table. Of course, this session can keep, you know, shooting and overshooting. I will summarize it and, you know, would like to express my gratitude to Cuts. From deliverables to deliveries, my points here will be definitely Indo-US partnership is, although we have heard about trust deficit, is getting stronger, and we really need to get it stronger. The way treaty of double taxation avoidance agreement and the limo agreement logistics exchange memorandum of agreement is happening, and the way we are, tying up with other strategic issues on the defense issues, definitely there is no way looking back. We are definitely moving ahead of it. Also touching about the disinformation, I'll just put across two questions. What is the motivation behind the disinformation? That can something I can give as a question mark to the audience, that if someone is doing the disinformation, what could be the motivation behind them? And second, the amount of money is getting infused to enhance these kind of disinformation models and organizations and their revenue models is something also needs to be emphasized upon, understood, so that such kind of disinformation campaigns can happen. And our brave journalists who are moving out from their comfort zone, from their fancy offices, to cover right information and putting it across to us to strengthen the ties, gets applauded. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering those questions, because you have been writing those answers, but you're on the receiving front for this panel. So thank you again. Quickly, a round of token of appreciation. There is tea and coffee being served outside, and we regroup in 10 minutes for our last session of the 2-day conclave.
The US and India forging a formidable partnership in defense and security. Bound by shared values and strategic interests, these nations have embarked on a journey of collaboration, innovation, and progress. Through the comprehensive global strategic partnership, the US and India have achieved significant milestones, reaffirming their commitment to a rules-based international order. With leader-level summits, groundbreaking agreements, and technological partnerships, the stage is set for enhanced cooperation in defense, At the heart of this partnership lies the new framework for India-US defense cooperation, solidified in 2015 and elevated to major defense partnership status in 2016. This framework has paved the way for closer collaboration, including in defense industrial cooperation. Aerospace and defense collaborations between US and Indian companies have flourished, leading to co-development, co-production, and skill enhancement. These partnerships have resulted in the production of high-quality, cost-effective defense systems, reducing reliance on single suppliers and enhancing interoperability.
Several U.S. aerospace companies have established partnerships with Indian counterparts, facilitating technology transfer and enhancing indigenous defense production capabilities, including some work that's taking place here in Hyderabad. Both Boeing and Lockheed Martin have set up joint ventures here with Tata, and I think we'll be hearing from some of their implementers as well today. And I've had a chance to visit both, and what an impressive array of production is coming out. And just the diversity also of the workforce, I have to say, is really something to be commended.
Lockheed Martin with Tata Advanced Systems, Boeing with HAL, BAE Systems with various Indian partners, and GE with HAL are just a few examples of successful joint ventures. These collaborations have not only boosted India's defense exports, but also propelled technological innovation in the sector. Now, let's delve into some success stories that underscore the impact of US-India joint defense production. At Lockheed Martin Aerostructures, a manufacturing plant in Hyderabad, stands as a testament to the success of US-India collaboration. From manufacturing aircraft empennages to producing fighter wings, this facility exemplifies the cutting-edge capabilities fostered through partnership.
This is the manufacturing plant that came up from a cornfield in Hyderabad. 2009, this particular center was stood up because we wanted to make one of the aircraft empennages. The empennage is the tail part of the aircraft. Now, people may think it's easy. It's not easy. There are thousands and thousands of parts in that particular tail part of the aircraft. And when we started here, most of it was made in the US. We tried our luck, I should say, to come here in India and start manufacturing them with Tata's. Tata we were the first company where Tata did a joint venture with. They had their first-hand experience of what is aerospace and defense manufacturing. So this is what you see here. And then we had a couple of, if you see the corner right-hand photograph where there's a whole assembly line there, this is something which is state of art. It's the same in the US as well. What you see here, absolutely same in US. And just one more point here quickly. This is the only empennage manufacturing facility of C-130J in the world. We don't have a replicated one that whatever, okay, we'll open another one assembly line. If you stop this, our manufacturing of C-130J stops. That is the trust. The word trust came again and again. That is the trust we have in India, and that is still ongoing. I think that is fulfilled. So coming back to the answer of the trust here. Coming to the brownfield expansion, once we set up this, we started with metal-to-metal bonding. We started with special processes, and these are one state-of-art, very, very technical, but very state-of-art capabilities that we have entrusted to set up here in India. We have developed women aerospace and defense skills with the women who were there in the village. They never knew how to read English. Just imagine how many classes. And today we have given them laptops, each one of them, to develop, and they're far better than men. And we are now making the fighter wings in the same facility. It is very, very important. The fighter wings, other than HAL, none of the private companies in India make any fighter wing. Now Tata do make fighter wings in the country. So today you can be proud of two things quickly. One, any C-130J aircraft with a rotor wing that you see in the sky, you can always say the tail is made in India. Do you know this? You can always tell that. 200 tails already made in the flying. Coming to the Sikorsky plant, any S-92 that you see, 157 S-92, the whole cabin is made in India, the whole cabin.
Raytheon's presence in India spans decades, with significant investments in infrastructure and manufacturing facilities. With a focus on aerospace and defense exports, Raytheon is contributing to India's emergence as a global player in the defense sector.
So Collins Aerospace is one of the BUs, one of the business units. And
we have been in India since 1997. We have 7 facilities. Previous slide, please. We have 7 facilities with almost 5,000 plus employees. We are going to hire 2,000 more as shown on the Buford. Till date, we have invested around $600 million. And when I say that, it is in creation of infrastructure and permanent facilities we have located at Bangalore, in Hyderabad. And in fact, we have inaugurated a new manufacturing facility and a global engineering technology center in November last year, in wherein around $200 million have been spent. So that said, this enterprise is perhaps one of the largest aerospace and defense exporters from the country. We are doing, last year we did $400 million worth of exports, to include $250 million of civil aerospace and defense manufacturing, and $150 million worth of R&D work, which is executed from our centers in Bangalore. And this year we are expecting to cross $500 million. Collins also is partnering extensively with academic partners in the country, NASCOM, SAE India, and basically working on developing programs under the Skill India project. Next chart, please. Next business vertical is Pratt & Whitney. So Pratt & Whitney has supported India's growth for almost 6 decades plus. And the first being Air India's first Boeing 707, which had come to India. As you can see, we have more than 1,500 engines in the air. And the latest being the C-17 Globemasters, and plus the Pilatus trainers. And apart from that, Pratt & Whitney is also gradually increasing its presence here. And we are in the process of establishing a global engineering technology center. Around $100 million worth of investments are going in this year. Hiring new people, around 1,000 plus people will be hired there. Currently, they have a workforce of almost 700 in the country. They have an R&D center and a training center at Hyderabad. Also, they have research and development partnerships with the IISc, the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore.
Tata Boeing Aerospace Limited is another shining example of joint production. With projects like the Waveglider for the Indian Navy and state-of-the-art logistics centers, this partnership is driving innovation and modernizing India's defense capabilities.
Boeing has provided a product called Waveglider that we're partnering with the Indian Navy on. It is a completely autonomous system that does not need fuel. It can operate 24/7 for a year by harnessing the tidal energy or wave energy, as well as the solar energy. If needed, it'll come up to the surface and provide real-time communication with our Navy, right? So we are helping to modernize the Indian military's preparedness through products, but also maybe, providing our knowledge and expertise in developing a mesh network, both for the Navy, but also as we think about our airspace. Just about 4 days ago, the US government announced the $4 billion in sale of drones and other guided missiles to India. And we are obviously envisioning a world where drones, autonomous systems, and non-autonomous systems are all operating in the same network, operating on the same network. Related to that, we have just last month opened a new logistics center in Uttar Pradesh, because that is one of the defense corridors, where we spent 24 million USD to open a 36,000 square foot logistics center. And again, that will help with mobility and then maintaining mission readiness for the region. And then we are also, we just spent, as many of you have seen in the news, we just opened our largest engineering center in Bengaluru. That's where I am today, where we just spent $200 million US, I think 1,600 crores on this new facility, which is the largest Boeing facility outside of the US.
What the government is doing for supporting the industry, we create dedicated aerospace parks. So that's infrastructure side, policy-wide, we have an aggressive policy of attracting the investments, for all the mega projects, which any of these programs, we kind of offer customized tailor-made policies, which is fairly aggressive. And that's the reason why we see a large number of these investments coming to India, despite there is push for corridors and other, reasons. The government also has been focused on increasing the skilling partnership. So we do have OEM partnership for skilling. We have Center of Excellences with OEMs that were created. Besides, the state has entered into partnership with the global universities like Cranfield University, Embry Nautical University, US. Basically wherever the OEMs are there, we try to kind of get their skilling partners to have the same training available in Hyderabad at probably Indian rates. And we obviously have a large number of trained manpower from the huge industrial base already out here. So any country coming in will not face a problem. So our industry is able to quote much better rates, and the reliability, the factor is quite high, and that's something which is certified by most of the OEMs. And one more thing, sir, in fact, both Lockheed and Boeing had said that during COVID period, the support which the state government has provided in allowing them to manufacture critical parts and helping them to transport the manufactured parts across 3 borders with police escort was highly appreciated. And today, almost all of them acknowledge that Hyderabad is the most resilient supply chain hub for them. So in this respect, in fact, the geopolitical reason why a lot of investment comes here is also alluded to earlier. I think we have, from a state side, approached most of the OEMs today, and frequently are in also touch with the tier 1, tier 2s of the OEMs as well, and try to see how we can promote the Indian opportunity, both in the civilian aviation space, the defense side, the space side, as well as the emerging tech side. See, there are certain technological gaps when it comes to aviation, for that matter, but then we are at level playing field when it comes to the emerging tech like the UAVs and 3D printing, etc. I think we are more or less at the same level. So there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration in terms of R&D, in terms of finding the production partners, in terms of even finding opportunities. Because, say for example, for UAVs, we have the first state to come up with a drone policy. We also had facilitated a lot of state-promoted pilot projects to validate use cases for UAVs for mass adoption. Similarly, space, I think we were one of the first state to come up with a space tech policy. We have two of our well-known space startups, the Skyroot Aerospace as well as Dhruva, are the poster boys for the Indian private sector space foray today. So I think the state, as well as has kind of really tried a lot to push.
For which the government policies, though it may not be adequate, are directed towards this. Including, I can speak about the government of Tamil Nadu policies. I would not look at Delhi level. I would rather look at within this state. So we are ensuring that whatever is the gaps which are inhibiting the traditional manufacturers to get into the supply chain of the global or the national majors in the aerospace and defense, whatever is the barriers, we are trying to ensure that these barriers are reduced. I cannot assure that these barriers can be removed, though it's the most desirable, but these barriers would remain in place, and we can only strive to reduce these barriers. And whatever is needed for this, we have established within the state of Tamil Nadu to ensure these barriers are overcome.
We are at a bit of a moment in U.S.-India relations, and there is a lot of momentum behind the relationship between both countries. And you see that across the board. You see it in defense, you see it in education, you see it in business, you see it in a growing interest on both sides in connecting and strengthening and deepening the relationship, and a curiosity I think, that didn't exist even 10 years ago. And this is an amazing opportunity. And it's not one that's limited to what happens in Delhi and Mumbai and Washington and Los Angeles. It is something that you see throughout the country. So as I am posted here in South India with my colleagues covering 180 million people, a swath across southern India into Karnataka, Kerala, and many other places, you see that energy and that momentum reflected in the region too. In conversations like this, with universities, when you go to Bangalore, all of the startups that are working on every part of the relationship, including defense. The opening of the Boeing Research and Development Office, its second largest in the world, a couple of weeks ago, at which the Prime Minister spoke and presided. This is incredibly exciting.
Which necessitate that the indigenization content of any supply which a US OEM is planning to kind of really supply need to be increased. Now, probably there may be reservations with respect to the core technology, but there are a lot of other areas where the Indian MSMEs, the IT firms, the electronic manufacturing firms, etc., can support towards this indigenization goals. And that is one reason why the US OEMs have been aggressively increasing the supply chain base. In fact, they're doing a lot of campaign. If you were to look at it 5 years or 10 years back, for an MSME in aerospace and defense to get into the OEM supply chain, big hurdles, and the learning curve was quite steep, and the time taken was quite long, and many of them really hadn't tried. But those who tried really got. In fact, only the biggies like the Tatas and the Mahindras, or for that matter, Adanis or L&Ts and Godrej's, managed to get the large ticket orders. But today, fast forward 4-5 years back, today we have recently seen the listing of Azad Engineering, who is also a supply chain partner of Boeing, just 2 years back. And 2 years prior to that, they were a very small company. So the growth of the MSMEs in the country are spectacularly, quick. And in fact, the advantage which Hyderabad has apparently is that we have close to, our statistics says 1,000 MSMEs who are dedicated into aerospace and defense in various tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 levels, of which probably 200 of them.
Right, everybody, I would request everybody to please be seated. Kindly, please be seated. We'll start with our 5th panel discussion. Volunteers. All right. We would now start with our 5th panel discussion. Siddhant. We'll start now. Yeah. All right. We are starting now with our 5th panel discussion. That is on the road ahead. India-US for the global good. First and foremost, I would like to call upon our chair and moderator, Lieutenant General Subrata Saha, former Deputy Chief of the Army Staff and member, National Security Advisory Board. Our panelist, Dr. Ashley Tellis, Tata Chair for Strategic Affairs and Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Dr. Harinder Shekhon, former Intelligence and Strategic Analyst, National Security Council Secretariat, and Distinguished Fellow, Cuts, Washington Center. Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi, Professor and Head of Department of Geopolitics and International Relations at the Manipal Academy of Higher Education in Manipal. And Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare, Principal Advisor, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. With this, the stage is yours. Thank you.
To you, ladies and gentlemen, we are the last session, I understand, of this two-day wonderful program. Particularly, the last session was all about perception, and our session is all about reality. So we would be doing some, holding the bull by the horn. Don't get us wrong. Our intentions are right. So to begin with, let me thank Kurtz. Mr. Pradeep Mehta is here. Thank you very much for getting us here. Thank you very much, USI, for giving us this opportunity, and all members of the audience. Purushendra has given me 5 minutes in his flow of events, and he has given 7 minutes to all the speakers. Whether I use the 5 minutes or not, but I'll surely make 5 points to begin with. And let me put it out up front. All the 5 points will be controversial, because I believe both US and India belong to cultures that have resilience to deal with controversies. In fact, after each controversy, they only emerge stronger, not weaker. So this is my belief, and this is how I intend to do it: put out controversial issues which needs to be handled as in held like a soldier and shaken up if you want to move forward. The strength of our relationship today, yesterday the ambassador also has said it, is in the number of military exercises that we carry out. Incidentally, these military exercises between the two countries were not the brainchild of the State Department or the Ministry of External Affairs. They were the brainchild of one of my, rank types, Lieutenant General Claude Kicklighter, who visited India in those times when it was a very troubled relationship, and he saw the potential of military exercises together, and that's why we are as strong as it is. In this last session, since we are dealing with hard tax, I would request my panelists to be a little hard like military men and women too. All right. So first and foremost, I think both for India as well as the US, it is important to start being sure on who is the adversary number one. The moment we become sure that China is the adversary number one, a lot of things will start falling into place. India has also been very reluctantly now come around to admitting it and going whole hog. US has taken a long time, way back in 2009, when I had the good fortune of doing the war college at Carlisle, US. Very reluctantly, we would talk about, China as the adversary for the US. It has taken a while to acknowledge it, admit it, start preparing for it. And if that acknowledgement is accepted, then my submission is we should not be getting distracted by other adversaries. Okay? Because typically, because of geostrategic contiguity, in the case of China and Russia, and in our case, China and Pakistan, you only complicate matters if you want to stay stuck with the old adversary. In India, many, I say, in the military, many in the media, moment you give Pakistan as any incident to do with Pakistan, people go whole hog. When it comes to China, they are still unsure. So my submission is, and I'm quoting instances from India to make the point, they apply equally to the US. If China is the determined adversary number one, I think you need to find different ways to deal with Russia, for example. In the previous session, we heard, I suppose some more we'll hear. It just as well that Pradeep ji, you have chosen to have this event in the backdrop of Prime Minister Modi's visit to, Russia. It is actually a test of the relationship. You are seeing the reactions. This turbulence, this will go through. When your hugs can become bugs, and you know how to deal with that bug, I'm sure you'll find ways to strengthen the relationship. So my point number one is, I think both nations need to be sure who is the adversary number one and stop getting distracted by other adversaries. They should not be sapping you, because then your primary adversary is utilizing your adversary number two to get the hell out of you. So that's my point number one. My point number two is, at one point in time, it's a known fact that India was seen as being on the adversarial side. The good boundary line between CENTCOM and PACOM that ran along the India-Pakistan border also created India-US tensions. And for very good reasons, US had assets, intelligence assets that were useful to them, right? Today, let us face it, our relationship is no longer the same. It is a very different relationship. Last 4 sessions have hammered this point again and again, again and again. So if that be so, can we stop providing state protection to erstwhile assets who continue to be terrorists for India? I mean, surely this does not require a General Dynamics. It does not require a Raytheon. There are no business interests there. Intelligence assets are of value up to a certain point in time. Thereafter, they may not be of value. That is the world of intelligence. I mean, haven't the US done the same thing in Afghanistan? Hasn't India done the same thing in Bangladesh, for example? So this is part of the intelligence game. Why must a person who is considered a terrorist by India become a state protectee? These may be small irritants, but let me tell you, these are irritants which are played up by session number 4, i.e. the media. And then you start, vitiating the whole atmosphere over some rascal, for whom ordinarily you won't even have 5 minutes of your, precious time. So that's my second point. Let's stop providing state protection to erstwhile int assets who are terrorists of India. My submission number 3. And the submission number 3 is, it is a fact that India, even now, is around 60 to 65%. Sometimes it exceeds, sometimes it comes down, dependent on Russia. This is a reality. So we have to give time to wean India away from this reality. All of you in this house know how much effort is being put in to come out of that and become independent. Well, in this process of weaning India away from that situation, I agree with you, there is a very strong business opportunity for the big defense houses in the US. And their contribution to the political system in the US is well known. We are also a democracy. We know how political parties fight. And for those who don't know, I have contested elections for a state assembly. So I understand how the mechanics of funding happens. So all that is very well. But in the interest of those business houses, my submission is, can we stop looking at this opportunity of trying to wean India away from Russia as both short-term interest and long-term interest? Moment we are talking short-term, by all means sales. But if you're looking long-term, can we look for much deeper and longer collaborations? At the end of the day, if the CEO of a General Dynamics can be a person of Indian origin, surely you will find many Indians in India who can contribute to the longer interest of those business houses, and you'll find many Indians in India who will contribute to the strong India-US relation and not get dissuaded, because at the end of the day, employment opportunities matter a big deal. So that's my third point. My fourth point for you, and this is one topic, we spent hours and hours debating while in Carlisle, in the US War College, on the relevance of US sanctions. I mean, it is a fact that today sanctions have become counterproductive. We are seeing it in what's happening in Russia, Ukraine. It is of very little value because ultimately, who are the worst affected by sanctions? These are the business houses. And business houses are hiring the best innovative minds, hiring the best legal minds who show you ways around those sanctions. So frankly, what gain is it? I'm sure Vinod will cover how the sanctions against Myanmar is ultimately hurting US and India as well, because those sanctions have allowed China a completely free run into Myanmar. And today's scenario is, to our east, we have Myanmar dominated by China. To our west, we have a vassal state of China called Pakistan. So therefore, can we rethink this great wisdom of sanctions that come from the economists and the gentleman of the State Department. I am conscious, Mr. Mehta, this event is sponsored by the State Department, but I'm banking on Admiral over there, who is from the Defense Department. Okay. And my last point is, we've had a long time talking, confidence building. Ask the pilots who do the military exercises together. From this side, he may be flying a MiG of Russian origin. From the other side, it may be F-16. And look at the way how wonderfully they engage with each other. And I have spoken to some Marine Corps pilots who swear by Indian pilots and vice versa. They are not talking anything else but action. Can we also stop talking and start delivering in actions? That forum is also called, deliverables or something like that, to deliveries. Can we start talking action? So we have seen how the DTTI wonderfully, the Secretary, I think, Carter, he has started it, how it is sort of fizzling out. The Indian rep of Carter, my very close friend, he's here, General Anil. And we are seeing, okay, I said, but really speaking, ISET was signed in May 2023, today is 2024. See the deliverables from that. We really need to think and get into the act much faster, because let's put it like this, time is running out for both our countries. Connected to my point number 1, you will know what I'm saying. So therefore, I think we need to go in for much faster means and look at, new tracks for traction. So what will you say on this old, almost fossilized general sitting in front? Is what new has he said? I agree with you. Nothing new has been said. But why am I bringing it out is, how do we deal with the future? I think these 5 issues are important. And lastly, if you permit me to make a small recommendation, since the Admiral is here, you have a huge, not in terms of the numbers, but in terms of the potential, alumni of the war colleges here. I think, if you recall, we had a gathering when the students had come from Carlisle this year. So if we were to bring this alumni together, they can do a lot. They can be critical, but they can deliver a lot, because they will find ways to give traction to what is stuck, because they know how it hurts and they have seen it from the front lines. So my submission is, do consider this. It is worth the while. And in a lighter vein, if not handled well, Sam Gaddafi is also a War College Carlisle alumnus. So surely you don't want Sam Gaddafi's here, do you? So on that note, I will stop. And we are, as I said, we have a very, very powerful panel. And if I could begin with Ashley, he knows, he requires no introduction, extremely well known, well read. I do not know how much I have read of what you've written and spoken, of course. All over to you. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. When General Saha said he was going to be provocative, he obviously wasn't kidding. It was a delight to hear you. And before I get to the substance of my presentation, I want to take the opportunity to thank Cuts again. Not just for inviting me, I appreciate that, but I must say the quality of the conversations over the last 2 days were quite remarkable. Even though it was generous sometimes in criticism of my own country, it is useful for us to listen to how the world perceives us. And I think the criticisms were done respectfully and were very helpful to me as I think of how we can continue to build this relationship. So thank you for giving us that opportunity to hear you out. I want to make 3 points when we think about what the future holds and what we should be working towards. And the first point is that we have a tremendous opportunity for the United States and India to help each other based on the principles of comparative advantage. India has certain strengths, the US has certain strengths. Because we have managed to climb the cliffs of the past, we have a chance now to make a go of it. and produce something that will be a lasting legacy that enhances the security of both our countries. But there is a very important asterisk, which we often miss. We think that the building of this partnership will be done by government. And when we think particularly in terms of comparative advantage, defense industrialization, building up India's industrial capabilities, enabling the United States to increase the competitiveness of its own defense industrial base, the action is not going to be with governments. It's going to be with the private sector. And so I want to leave you with a thought that we need to move beyond the vision that licenses remain the critical constraints on what we can achieve. It's not that we've solved the licensing problem, but today, the presumption in the United States is that we will be forward-leaning on license requests that come from India. The challenge is not that we are withholding licenses. The challenge is that we do not have opportunities to actually act on the licenses. And why is that? We don't have the opportunities because not enough proposals come to fruition between private sector partners coming before the government. Now, this takes me to the point I want to leave you with. Unless India creates the enabling conditions for US OEMs to come to India and set up shop and to work with their partners in India, the kind of opportunities that in theory are open will never be realized. In other words, we need to find ways actively of bringing Indian business into the global supply chain for defense industry. And once we find ways of doing that, that's when the licensing opportunities will all open up and yield fruit. So don't look at governments and complain that there are licensing constraints, because that's no longer the choke point in the system. Every now and then, yes, of course, the United States will deny licenses, but that's not what the record shows. The record shows that the US is extraordinarily open to making licenses available for Indian partners who request them. We have to now create the enabling conditions economically to bring those requests to fruition. So that's point number one. Point number two, we have to work to assist vulnerable states in the Indo-Pacific. But we have to coordinate in advance of the initiatives that we take. I'll give you a very simple example. India made a breakthrough in the last few years by selling BrahMos missiles to the Philippines. It is a remarkable contribution to the security of the Philippines. But there's a catch. The Philippines still does not have the C4 ISR capabilities to use those BrahMos missiles effectively. And if you don't have that C4 ISR capability, having the missile is a wonderful symbol, but of not much operational use. Now, the United States can help. But we want to avoid situations where we are doing post-facto remediation. What we want to do is premeditated cooperation. And so when we pursue initiatives of this kind, it is useful for the partners to talk to one another. And if a partner cannot supply the entirety of the components required in the kill chain, then it is possible to get the other partner who has those critical components to bring those supplies to the table in anticipation of the closure of these deals. So my second point that I want to leave you with is when we think of helping vulnerable states in the Indo-Pacific, we need to do it with a little bit of pre-planning and precognition. We don't need surprises, even if the surprises are ultimately welcome ones. We need to be able to sort of plot this out before we get to the field. The third, and this is where I'm going to slightly disagree with General Saha. We have to work together to provide strategic alternatives to Chinese power throughout the Indo-Pacific. And when I say this, I'm very cognizant of one important reality. The contestation with China will not be a zero-sum game. We are deeply linked with China. We have a $700 billion trade relationship with China. The trade relationship with China is the biggest relationship the United States has with a country with whom it does not share borders. The same is true for India, which means that our engagement with third parties is going to require a lot more sophistication and a lot more subtlety. If we think of this competition in zero-sum terms, we will force countries into the awkward position of having to make choices which they do not want to make. And so our competition with China requires us, of course, to protect our own interests. But when we are assisting others, it is not a compulsion to choose us over China. It is simply the opportunity for us to offer a better alternative to what the Chinese are putting on the ground. And this is where the United States and India can really make a huge difference. And I'm going to flag several areas where we need to think again about the contributions we can make. First, in the area of trade, it is disastrous, in my view, for the United States and India to be turning inwards on trade today, at exactly the time when the Chinese are doubling down on outward-looking trade strategies. You cannot win the Indo-Pacific if the only willing partner in the trading regime is China, while India has a strategy of increasing tariffs and the United States has a strategy of running away from trade deals. Physical infrastructure. The Chinese have put billions of dollars into physical infrastructure. We have been unable to compete because we never thought of it as a priority. Now, with our Quad partners, we actually have the financial resources, and we've long had the technical capabilities to provide much better physical infrastructure than the Chinese can ever do. Public health. India has an enormous capacity to contribute to public health. We saw that in COVID. The United States and India need to do better because I promise you, we haven't seen the last of the pandemics. Food security, the energy transition. India has an international solar alliance. The United States is in active cooperation with India to make certain that there is a diversification of production links with respect to solar energy. The same will be true for the carbon transition and the green transition, electric vehicles, batteries, storage. This is our opportunity to bring these technologies essentially to the global south and in the Indo-Pacific. And finally, women's empowerment. We care about women's empowerment because it's 50% of the population in any given country. And as democratic states, we do not want to leave half our population behind. So in each of these areas, the United States and India can provide positive alternatives to what China brings to the table. And we have to think of these positive alternatives as the tasks that we have to do together. Because we have comparative capabilities that are complementary. And so in the years to come, we have a huge agenda for cooperation. This is not the time that we should be shy or reticent with respect to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Very lovely. And I must, like a good military guy sitting on your right, a good former State Department, talk about everything, defense in passing. That has to be the mainstay. India defense and security partnership. Okay, I'm not saying that, not for a moment trying to trivialize the other points. They're all absolutely fabulous. And I think your point which you make on enabling environment for the private sector to engage, I think is very, very fundamental to this relationship. For too long, government entities have tried to control it. Within the government, let's face it, whether irrespective of which department you are, whether military or an IAS or whatever, you don't have the wherewithal to indulge in business negotiations. It is best left to industry. Let them handle it within a broad parameter. And I think, this business of trying to control is only making things worse. We have seen it in the past. We are seeing it now. We'll continue to see it in the future. And, we've done enough talking about, how difficult it is to go around the bureaucracies. Just remove them. Why go around them? I mean, from the areas that we want. So thank you, Ashley. I think it was absolutely wonderful. Now, if I may turn to Harinder, she is absolutely, if you will, from the heart of India's strategic planning community. So let's listen to her and see what do we have to get from that. Thank you, Harinder.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I have a very tough task speaking after. I did. It's on. Yeah, I have a very tough task speaking after Ashley, and especially when he's already touched upon two aspects of non-traditional security. The mandate given to me is one, global security, emphasizing mutual benefits of collective and global welfare, and information sharing and building trust. So I'll not get into the traditional security, like maritime security domain and all, which we've been hearing about since yesterday. So I'll speak about the non-traditional security aspect of the Indo-Pacific and how the two countries have a tremendous future to work on this together by ensuring that the entire spectrum of human security and welfare happens. Because what we need to keep in mind is, according to the World Book data, 24% of the global population lives in this region, and 18% of global trade passes through the Indo-Pacific. And also, the region is, 10 of the 15 most fragile and vulnerable areas, disaster-prone areas, are in the Indo-Pacific. So I think keeping this in mind, we can safely look at the non-traditional aspects. And considering that the Quad came into being in 2004 as a result of the tsunami which took place that year. So, so it is the non-traditional, the disaster relief which brought the four countries together, and India, United States, and even China at that time rushed relief to the disaster-prone area. But I think in 2017, the Quad has regrouped and changed its focus area. 6 main working groups were created. And while these look at cybersecurity, cable connectivity, humanitarian and disaster relief, health security, climate, I am going to confine myself to the vaccine diplomacy, where the it may not have been very successful because of COVID and the challenges of COVID, but I think it was a new initiative, and where both India, the United States, and Japan, they did come together, and even Australia. They worked out a mechanism for supplying vaccines during this difficult time. And India actually, despite the fact that the vaccines did not come in time from the United States, it was able to give 325,000 vaccines to Cambodia during the second wave of the pandemic. And this is an area where, as Ashley just mentioned, that this is not the end of the pandemics. And I think this is an area where we really need to do serious research. And this is not rocket science or anything, but we really need to build into the resource capabilities and encourage more research in medical science. And this is easily done because you can involve the smaller countries. They do have the technical know-how. The smaller countries like Taiwan and the Pacific nations, I mean, they do have the expertise. So I think if we can build up a regular mechanism for medical health care and ensure that the region benefits as a result of that, it is something which would touch upon the people. And this people to people, something which touches upon the daily lives of the people, impoverished people, things like sanitation, clean drinking water, and medical and health not insurance, but just the basic health facilities. If these are provided to the people, that would really be one area where we can move forward without, getting into this thing of trade balances and stuff like that. Also, the Quad has expressed its commitment to mitigate the effects of climate change and strengthening climate resilience. So this is where, I mean, a lot of work is getting done. and efforts to reduce emissions are happening at a global level. But I think there needs to be a focus on this region and help the smaller countries of the Pacific, countries like Fiji and all. Actually, the main thing is to help them preserve their flora and fauna. How do you save them from the effects of you've seen that there's a lot of tourism which goes into these countries, and it's a catch-22 kind of a situation, whether it's Bali or Indonesia. So how do you help them overcome the effects of climate change, because they need the money? So is there a way of sustaining their efforts through more responsible, you can't have, more responsible tourism, or you come out with other natural resources? And I think where wind, if they can be helped with generating sources, energy through wind and solar, I think that's an area which we really need to work upon. And for this, what becomes important is supply chains. You have to have what again was mentioned, that you cannot supply the missiles to a country. So over here, you really have to think it out, right from the American and the Japanese research institutes and India's own expertise to provide capability, and India can provide trained manpower to help set up these centers and help these countries benefit from and have a strong supply chain mechanism, and help the countries in the Indo-Pacific transition to a cleaner environment. I mean, there I agree, we need to do a lot within our own country. So I think maybe we too can benefit from that. So I think on the whole, we need to channelize AI to look at things like biotechnologies, and look for steps which would ensure the welfare of the people. I think the hard security stuff is happening, and there's a lot which needs to be done there, but that's on track. But if we can look at these issues, because China, and this is also a way of showing that the Quad countries are actively engaged in a proactive manner to counter China, which is not seen in a very nice way in the region, with the example of, because Chinese threat perception amongst the people is there. So I think this is one way of using your soft power to counter China's influence up to a certain extent. So biotechnology and the peaceful uses of space for monitoring weather mechanisms, etc., and setting up these institutes, the way the data can be shared with these countries, and you might not give them the power to man their own this thing, but at least train their manpower so that they know when the tsunamis and all come, and they're better prepared to deal with these natural disasters. So I think I'll end over here, because I think the main emphasis has got to be on quality infrastructure and disaster relief and healthcare. So if we can look at these three areas, start small and establish this at the grassroots level before kind of escalating it to the higher levels, and the countries are capable. I mean, all the 4 Quad countries are capable of providing the necessary inputs for the region to benefit. And I think I'll really end there. And when it comes to information sharing and building trust, I think it's just a natural sequential thing. The trust will come, because it's not that these countries, they don't want to be caught in a quagmire between China and the United States. So if you're doing the soft power stuff with the Quad partners, I think overall the trust deficit would be taken care of. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Harinder. Actually, you touched upon some very, very relevant issues. If I can just very briefly pick up on 2 of them. One is the kind of biological threats that are emerging. I mean, I think that is something that we ought to be very, very concerned about. The world has gone through that experience, but we seem to have put in the back burner some of the issues that had surfaced that time. For example, we are talking about supply chains. I am highlighting the research chains that went into what ultimately emerged as COVID. You know, the funding of those research, whether in the United States or in Canada, from which came the variants, ultimately, one can never say because nobody knows what happened to that investigation, whether they were accidental, whether they were designed. Nobody can be sure. You spoke about tourism in a different context. Till the end of January, tourists from China were going all over the world, but nobody was coming in. The point is, I think we need to keep reminding ourselves of that so that we prepare ourselves, better for the future. I think that's very important. On the second point regarding the supply chains, I think this is again a very, very, very important point here. Very recently, Deloitte India had made a presentation to the CDS in which some of the supply chains were analyzed, not only for India, even some of the other prominent countries. Ironically, all of them, somewhere or the other, in big ways or small ways, touch China. And on all critical security, apparatus also, that is the reality. Somehow or the other, we seem to, shy away from that, whether it is for strategic reasons, economic reasons. Well, we all know that. Time does not allow us to talk about that at any length now. But I think we need to start facing this reality once again, when keep reminding us of that reality once again. So now I would request Vijay Lakshmi, our academic on the panel, to put us all wise, and over to you. 7 minutes.
Sorry. It's on? Okay. So thank you very much, sir. And thank you all to be part of this panel is a great honor. And I want to thank Pradeep ji for having us. And of course, General Sharma, I also owe a debt of gratitude because my students are here and, USI. I really want to thank you for making this event happen. And I'm very happy also to meet a lot of old friends and connect back with a lot of them. What I have to offer now is really very, very small compared to what we've had for the past 2 days. But I think a dose of simple fare is always worth it after a rich dinner and, lunches that you've been consuming on this topic. One of the things I thought we should talk about in this very short time is, let's put it this way, that if you look at it, there's one historical aspect. History matters a lot in this relationship. And from what I have been told to talk about establishing roadmaps and mechanisms, and how do we take this forward, at least I think that's this conceptualization of this session. History matters. And we had the ambassador talk about, ancient history, which is consulate at Calcutta. We also had Ashley talk about the time he was in the room when, things were signed or not signed, as they say. And I was in some of these historical moments present at the creation or the genesis of the nuclear deal and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of history that has, and I'm sorry to see many of our media friends being too busy, but I wish they were here because there's a lot that's gone on. And this question about trust and historically what we have gained from each other is a matter of public record. And I think the history and the progress of this history has shown Indo-US relationship not only in sometimes unflattering, right, but most of the time it is deliberative. It is in public domain. I can't imagine any other country, for example, China, when I had occasion in IDSA to talk to the Chinese, they were asking me, why do you want to get close to the Americans? We failed. And after telling us, how they never went close to them, which is again, totally untrue. But the fact is that we are a deliberative democracy. We make decisions based on our interest, and so does the United States. And we expect to be public about this. Many of it is not public. You're not going to get to dot the T's and cross the I's. But history tells you a lot about how step after step, and I can tell you 3 things. One is the strategic logic, and the general alluded to it about the Kicklighter proposals. I began my career starting to pursue Kicklighter proposals because that's when I became a professor of American studies in the JNU. So I can imagine how much of history has flown through my head. It's probably gone out. But just to give you an idea that this is is the engagement between United States and between India and the United States, which is really not only standing a certain amount of tests that you can envision to test that relationship, but also carries on with evolution of history. So it's almost Hegelian. I mean, you keep seeing history move forward. It's not stagnant at one place. You're not complacent. There are fragile moments. There have been tense moments. There have been difficult moments. There have been confrontational moments. But nevertheless, it has continued to move. And you will see from strategic logic, we moved to military relationships where we heightened interoperability as our real interest. And from there, we moved to trade, bilateral and otherwise defense trade mechanisms. And I think this is a very easy tracing that I'm doing, which is trackable, which can be seen, and media has contributed to the publication of the details of all of this. I don't want to go into it, but from there we've moved to defense industrial base discussions on strengthening each other's defense industrial base. And I can tell you a lot of my students had worked on F-35, the cost overruns, the industrial base in the United States, and what happened in the funding and what happened in the oversight hearings and all of that. But the fact remains that there is a very strong line of logic that I see just when you see all these, agreements, if you want all those foundational agreements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But these are the main points. So what next? So I looked at further historically. How do I look at the next? The next is the security of supply arrangements, or SOSA, and the reciprocal defense procurement agreement. Now, RDPA, to my mind, is going to be the biggest exercise ever that can help both countries decide what kind of procurement management they want to do. If you want to create a mechanism, please create a strategic group that looks at various baskets that I'm outlining so that we can meet at regular intervals to steer this particular conversation forward. So these agreements, to my mind, have not only served specific purposes, but I would call them as milestones of Indo-US history. And I think that reflects this deepening strategic partnership and purpose of these two countries. The second thing I want to also mention is geography. We talked about history. Now we talk about geography. Geography has a way of changing things around. And here we suddenly come to what everybody has been talking about, the elephant in the room, addressing openly and firmly, as the general was mentioning, the common security challenges, and how do we have an objective to meet it? In other words, do we call China a threat across the government? And this is something the Americans are more adept, because it's been going on for some time. Ashley, you can correct me, but I think China threat is now across the government. There's a lot of understanding. And similarly in India, there is a lot of understanding, and there's no amount of convincing that, our trade is, dependent on China for some very critical things. Despite that, we did ban TikTok. We had so many other obvious repartees, or let's say the answer to China's actions. And we have very clearly said that, look, you can't have business as usual if you're doing what you're doing on the border. We need to think. So our purpose is clear, but to address common security challenge like China is something that's already on the board. And I think there is a huge amount of understanding across the government and so on. The third argument in this geographical tensions, or the question of geography in IR, or geography between India-US defense relationship, is one of supplies, and whether we should rely more and more on Russia. I think most of it has already been said, but I simply want to say this to our American friends. Don't hold a clock. Don't keep saying tick-tock, tick-tock. When are you going to get weaned? When are you going to get weaned off? When are you going to go finish? It takes time. And I think that was brought out in some of these other conversations that these panelists were having. And I'm very grateful that they've made my task so much easier. But this is something I have been in so many dialogues, and I do say this to our friends friends across, that look, there will be a time when strategic logic and necessity will merge to such an extent that there has to be no other reason for delays. Then comes all of this. That is, when you say all these things, what does it really mean? Now I want to go into chemistry. We did history, we did geography, now chemistry. We need to build more chemistry. We need to not worry so much about our joint operations or how interoperable we are. As the general was saying, the fighters have to tell us how interoperable they felt, but the fact that we exercise with the United States more than any other country in the world should speak about what we think in terms of trusting to work with them and how the Americans trust us to work with them. I think the rest of it is just a matter of time, and the logistics, the communications, the compatibility, all of it, the chemistry is already there. So I don't see any major strain that can come in the way of moving this relationship forward. I think the projected ideas of how to manage this interoperability are already being discussed. And finally, I want to talk about the private-public sector partnership, and this I would call as informal international relations today. The formal institutions like the multilaterals, there are so many points I could have made, mechanisms of all kinds are available, Quad working groups, Delhi is full of working groups too, and which are all been very good. I used to compile all their meetings at one point. But theoretically and interestingly, there's now a new trend that I'm seeing in international relations, which is the run by informal sectors of governance of the countries, whether it's space, so I'm talking about the private sector and not just the non-state actors who are also holding us to a certain amount of control on you. For example, Hamas attack, nobody expected it, etc. So there is an informal world which is also doing governance, whether it is about, all kinds of industries that we're talking about, startups that we talk about, or various other things. They are interacting with each other. They are sending money to each other, manpower to each other. I don't even want to go to comparative advantage and all of that. But the fact remains that this governance model has been working for some time. So we need to just tap into this strain of informal entities working together. And I think that creates both a domestic and external component of why India and the United States should strategize. I want to stop there because I think, sir, I want to just wrap up in 1 minute. Is it okay? I'm done, almost done. Yeah, because I've got too much to talk. The last point that I want to make, and this is because of my, real interest in this subject, I really sat and made these points. And, being a teacher where your audience is normally captive, so you can say a lot, but this point is very important to me. That is, how do we create expertise in technical and security administration? I think this is a very important point. I've had discussions with Samir, now with Ashley perhaps, but with a lot of my American friends. And that is, there's a lot of technicality that comes in between the agreement signing and the fruition of agreements between India and the United States. And there's a lot of things going on. It's not going to happen. It's only 80%. It's not the core. It's not the critical, etc. So we need to create a expertise or an expert group on technical and security administration, which will then look at this broad picture of how India procures, how America procures, how does India decide everything. And finally, I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is a relationship that really matters, and not only just for India and the United States, but for the global good, because we are talking about integrated deterrence in the words of the Americans, but in terms of global conflict, prevention of global conflict, and that's deterrence and nothing else. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vijay Lakshmi. Wonderful. Amongst all the other things, so I'm very fascinated that we have spoken about natural partners, we have spoken about strategic partners. You added one more, logical partners. I think we need to follow that. I'm surprised. How did you miss out on electronics?
Yeah, well, I had no time. I was having the 75%,
Physics, geography,
etc.
chemistry, because
Yeah.
electronics is at the root of all the joy and
Yeah,
also the troubles.
Technology.
Yes, of course. So thank you very much for that. And now it's over to Vinod, who comes from the Ministry of Defense now, earlier from the NSCS, and before that, the DIA. So we would expect a lot from you.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, very happy to be speaking to you all. And in the panel, I think except Madam Sekho, I know everyone. And I want to just remind Ashley that somewhere I think N21 in USA itself, I had conveyed 1 or 2 points to you. I didn't know that the divine intervention will be bringing us together here on the same platform. I had mentioned to Ashley at that point in time that, you expect us to do a lot from India, but we expect you to do something more logically. And that was the division between the PECOM and the CENTCOM. And luckily, that seems to have been overcome now. And it's not a pain point as much as it was earlier. The second point I had mentioned there, and Admiral KB is here, and I'd had a number of discussions with him when he was the Vice Chief and the Chief, where this kind of the maritime task force which you had, and curiously, it amazes me, how do you pick up the wrong partners? When we talk of adversaries, we have two adversaries, China and Pakistan, and both of them were your friends. And in the combined maritime task force, you were giving in the task force 150, 151, 152, the command of this task force to Pakistani mariners. At times I wonder, how does that happen? In fact, I'm taking a cue from General Saar to be hard hitting in this. But anyway, that has been corrected to some extent. Admiral KV sir, I think a lot of hard work in that, heavy lifting, and some changes have happened in that. So that is one part. The American Defense Forces, I think, got a jolt after 9/11. There was a change, and I saw that change happening. The Cold War era mentality changed, and then COVID happened, more changed. But I think more needs to change. I'll tell you how. It's no more only about guns, ships, submarines, and fighter aircrafts. You're talking of non-traditional warfare. What have we done to even talk about the three warfare strategy of China? Have we done anything to talk about the information warfare and that particular domain? We haven't. Space is the new domain. And in terms of space domain, here is another point. The foundational agreements which happened, quite a few of the architects to make it happen are here in this hall today. General Sai is sitting here, General Ahuja is there, Admiral KB is there. It took us a lot of effort to make it happen. The last one was Becca. We wanted it to be the first one. You insisted on Lemma to be first one, we agreed. And finally, to overcome the deficit of Becca during the COVID and Galwan, perforce the Americans had to come and offer us a lot of intelligence, for which we are very grateful. You had even come during Doklam, we are very grateful for that. But if Becca had happened 3 years back, this situation would not have happened to a large extent, I feel. So are we missing the bus again? Yes. In the non-traditional warfare, we are still missing the bus. Whether it is information domain, that is the cognitive domain of psychological warfare. Are you missing the bus on the environmental warfare? Of course, you're missing that. In the biological and chemical, you saw COVID, what happened. And let me highlight here that when COVID happened and your manufacturing hub was China, they did not give you IPs, they did not give you masks, they did not even look at you. And it was India and other partners who stood by you. The manufacturing hub, we know the kind of hard work that you had to do to shift people from one country to another. You shifted people to Singapore and made the industry work for that. Today you have another problem. The semiconductor chips. your entire supply chain is infected. You have a problem there. You need us there. We both need each other. But have we done something substantive to say that in the next so many months, everything will roll out from India? We haven't done that. Again, when you talk of friend shoring, are you choosing the right partners? We may be a bit slow, but we are reliable. That is the bottom line. If you are choosing autocratic states which look friendly to you today, and because of their single window system, they are able to get you things done faster, at this possibly at some point in time, if you have a change in regime there, you'll again get stuck. I think we have to be very critical of ourselves. And when I'm talking of being critical, actually, we've had a lot of discussions, and I'm even now acknowledging that when we set up the net assessment in NSCS, you are the ones who helped us, and we were big admirers of Andy Marshall. But finally, I start wondering, where has that net assessment gone when you choose your partners? I've had the fortune of having served with about 5 defense attaches, one after the other. General Fontes, then thereafter there was one gentleman, I don't even remember his name, possibly not worth. Then General Fontes again, she came back from Afghanistan. Rear Admiral Eileen Lowbacker and Rear Admiral Baker, fantastic, both of you fantastic. And we've had such great discussion, and we've shared these concerns with each other. When the Americans have been dealing with us, there have been periods when there have been no ambassadors here. Charge d'Affaires have handled most of the things, and it's the defense wing which has been working very well. My compliments to you, and especially Admiral Baker, that you're going. All the best to you. You've been a wonderful ambassador of your country and a wonderful friend. I want to highlight a couple of things, especially when things go wrong and we start evaluating our position. When General Shah started by saying that enemies of the state taking refuge in another country, and especially a democratic country, there has to be a sensitivity which has to be more than normal. And in a way, when we talk of wars, the silent wars are on at the moment, whether it is cyberspace, whether it's infospace, or whether it is by these actors who try to break a democracy. And that is where more cooperation is required, more trust is required. And when we talk of road ahead, that is one of the sensitivity which India has. And we need to definitely accord a lot of priority to that. What more can I suggest? General Bhatt is here. He's been working very hard on getting the space domain right. I can suggest, can you get your testing centers here? Why do you want us, our startups, to come for testing facilities in US? You know what is the capability of the startups financially. If you get your testing centers here, you get your funding here, you see the end result, which both of us can share. I don't think that requires too much of a brilliance to be talking about. Similarly, when we talk of the info space, the misinformation and disinformation, yes, both the sides, both the countries have media which has a lot of freedom. But you see, even from your side, the kind of articles which come in Washington Post or New York Times, obviously it hurts us also. So let's accept fact that both sides will have similar issues, and we should be clear that those should not be taken, and that should not make us react so openly into media that even the Prime Minister is targeted on that. The other point which I want to make is about how will things become simpler? Suggest a policy to us. Suggest what you want us to do, and also thereafter listen to us. If foundational agreements could be signed in X amount of time, even the policy adjust, the policy reset can happen, provided we go beyond the seminar stage, we get to closed door ideation stage, and we come up with documents. Otherwise, Every year we will have these kind of seminars, and at the end of it, I think we'll still be waiting and not knowing what to do. And I particularly liked the comment which General Yadav said about self-goal, and that is where I want to stop, but not in the context which General Yadav said. I want to just say, US, please choose your partners carefully. Don't score self-goals.
Thank you, Vinod.
Sir, if you give me 1 minute, I want to cover about the sanctions part. You had mentioned that, and I want to cover that. And this is one point which I have always discussed with my counterparts. You know, we can keep saying that because of congressional oversight, we need to have a system in place where US imposes sanctions on countries. You impose sanction on India at a particular stage, we get our space program right. You impose a sanction on Iran, they get their projects right. Then you look at sanctions in a number of African countries for human rights violations and other things. The Wagner Group goes in there. You look at sanctions on Myanmar, and that too at a stage when there was an industrial house of India which had to give them 300 trucks. We had already given them 30 trucks, and you insisted that the sanctions should be imposed now. That firm had to pull out, not taking the payment of the rest. I went to Myanmar and I suddenly saw they wanted to show to me that you pulled out. In the very next month, China gave them 500 trucks, military trucks. Isn't that a self-goal? Whose industrial hub is moving faster when you try to bring in such sanctions in the policy? Okay, you have a problem in your policies. Work with us. Allow us to engage with these countries where we have friendly relations. I think that would be a better diplomacy than to get into an era of sanctions. You know, we can't even help poor African countries, say, for example, Zimbabwe. We can't help them because the West imposes sanctions. That's not fair. And I think after some time, when there'll be a humanitarian crisis, we'll go and make a show of being the biggest benefactors there. I think we need to do a lot of introspection. And as I said earlier, let's get into some real action. Otherwise, we'll still be at the same discussion stage. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vinod. Thank you, Vinod. I'm glad you elaborated that point on sanctions, even if it was an extra time. But I must pick up that one, brilliant suggestion. I think since Admiral, you're going back, and I would imagine they will use your services to, better relations with India. Or so one of the points that he made was the testing centers. As you're perhaps aware, there is a huge amount of offsets which are pending, to the tune of almost $25+ billion. Now, testing center is something that gets advantage points if you were to do that. And both our industrial corridors are providing, again, subsidies to set up shop over there for testing purposes. So I think this is something which, you may like to consider. Bringing in testing centers by leveraging opportunities out of offset and subsidies which come out of the defense industrial corridors. That's a point for your consideration. So I think we've had some wonderful discussions here. We have 10 minutes to go for lunch. If I could just take the liberty of asking Ashley to, to kind of, give us some thoughts on what more substantial can be done, to deal with this business of supply chains and this intricate and complex relationship with trade that you highlighted in your talk. So what do we do, to deal with the issue of supply chains?
So I think you've got to start with the... Sure.
It's to Ashley, sir, with your permission. From yesterday, you've been talking about collaboration and how we need to do this premeditated, pre-planning stage. I think we can call it the calibration. So if you could draw some contours of that, because, this from collaboration to calibration, how do we walk that?
Let me address the supply chain question first, because it also goes to a premise that underlay many of General Kandare's remarks, and I think we need to appreciate this. Global supply chains are driven primarily by private sector actors. Those private sector actors create these supply chains because they are motivated by profit. And because they're motivated by profit, they cross national boundaries in pursuit of that profit. The state cannot control these private sector actors outside of war. In war, you can impose all kinds of constraints to force them to move out from countries that you may not like. But in peacetime, unless you have legislation that authorizes coercive action against a private sector actor, these private sector companies will go wherever there is money to be made. Now, when people accuse us and say, you've got to understand who your friends are and not overlook the fact that oftentimes you are dependent on your enemies, you've got to understand what the you is. Who's the you? At the level of the government, I understand that completely. I would prefer that my companies not invest in China. But I do not have any statutory powers to prevent my companies from going to China, unless there are specific authorizations that allow me to do so. And no one in the United States is going to go to companies and tell them, thou shalt not do business in China anymore. And to the degree that we say that, we will say that in very narrow areas. So we've said that in ICT. We've said that now in electric vehicles and so on and so forth. I'm saying this because we have to accept the reality that there are going to be large number of American companies who are going to be doing business in countries that both you and I consider to be our competitors, if not our adversaries. It's simply the way the world is structured. And we cannot change that outside of conflict. So when we talk of rationalization of supply chains, the real question becomes, how do you force a company to do what is in their eyes something that is uneconomical and which undermines their capacity to make profit? There's only one way to do it. The state has to come and provide a subsidy to that company so that moving from their traditional base of operations becomes more lucrative. Let me ask you honestly, how much money do you expect India to put into getting companies to move out of their traditional supply chains? Do you think the United States is going to bear the burdens of restructuring global supply chains at the cost of the exchequer? We may not like the answer, but the answer is no. And so we're going to have to live with this very murky reality. And so what do? The best you can do is look for some kind of complementarities. And this is the point I was making when I started my presentation. The reason why I like India, apart from the fact that I was born here and that I have great emotional links to the country, is the fact that India has the comparative advantage to make this realignment of supply chains possible. But it cannot be done as a matter of state action. The United States government cannot tell its companies, thou shalt go to India and begin operations there. What India has to do is to make the enabling environment so attractive that companies which would otherwise go to Vietnam, that would otherwise go to the Philippines, now begin to say, why don't we look at India? Now that immediately kicks the ball into your court because it means you have to look at your tariff policy, you have to look at your trade policy, you have to look at your intellectual protections policy, and so on and so forth, right? That is where I'm hoping we can push. I want to see American defense OEMs come and set up shop here. I'm not interested in simply saying, how do I transfer technology through some license decision? I mean, that's important in some areas. Let's do it. The real question is not how do I transfer this piece of technology through a license? The real question is how do I use economics to leaven the entire technology base of this country. And you cannot do that through licensing. You do that through economics by bringing in and deepening trade relations. That's the question. And that's a big agenda for both of us. I'll answer your question, Vijay, very, very quickly. I was talking of premeditated calculation, mostly in the defense space. And to my mind, there are 3 countries in the Indo-Pacific where we have to pay real attention to going forward: Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. There are others that are very important, but they're capable of looking after themselves. The Japanese will look after themselves. The Australians will look after themselves. Many others may not be that important. But these 3 countries, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines, are critical for the success of our common Indo-Pacific interests. And so that's where I hope we can put our minds together and say, this is our assessment of what their capabilities are. These are the opportunities for us to work together in building up their capabilities to resist China independently. And that's what we need to be doing, right? I'm not interested in trying to tie them into sort of alliance partnerships. Now, the Philippines is a separate matter. We have an alliance partnership. But for the others, it's far more important to my interests that they become capable on their own with our support than that they become alliance partners to us.
So I would like 1 minute here. Specifically, Ashley, when you mention about the behavior of the market during war, I just want to highlight one point here. I think the era of declaring wars and waging wars has gone. Nobody is declaring a war, but waging a war, of course. So, have we done something about it in India? Of course. We have now 3 stages. That is a proper declaration of war, short of conflict, and a peacetime. So now when you look at the binary option of either having a peace or a war, I think wars are happening during peace. So those regulations, I think every government needs to do. We have done that. So that is one part I wanted to mention. The second part, when you mentioned about license production or kind of transfer of technology, I think that is also pass. What is a successful model in India today, especially in the defense sector, is a joint venture. You become our partners, but don't insist that you have to be a major partner. You become a 49% partner with us. Look at BrahMos, look at AK-203. If that is happening here successfully, I'm sure it can happen elsewhere also. So these were the 2 points which were important. And the third point, I think, when you handle the Huawei issue well, I think many such issues have to go the Huawei way.
Your point about the spectrum of warfare is well taken. The only thing I would say is that precisely because it's a spectrum, the US government is unlikely to be interventionist, except in those narrow areas where we have core national security interests. It is only when we get to real war that you will begin to see an expansion of the constraints. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I agree with you that JVs are the way to go forward. But the way to orchestrate JVs is not by the state instructing companies to do so. The issue that I'm struggling with is you don't get JVs unless there's a business case for a JV. Unless the partner says, I actually make money through this JV. So the real issue with JVs is not state incentives or state constraint. The real issue is, will the American OEM that you're trying to attract feel that its bottom line is better off having a JV versus some other alternative? And so if we want successful JVs, then we better find ways of helping these guys make real money in India.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was a wonderful, dialogue that we witnessed over here. And at the end of it, I think we are talking about revising the definition of conflict in application, which I think is very important. And talking about, JVs and success, having been associated with the defense industry for a while now, the success has also must have a manifestation of the time by which we want the success, you know. So unless and until we loosen ourselves to go for a little longer time frame in reaping better success, I think that has to, you know, get infused into the thinking to be able to achieve, you know, a common purpose. Because obviously there is commonality in purpose between what Vinod is saying and what Ashley is saying, but it's the timing where the whole thing is. I think we are now short of time, so if there are questions, yes, Pradeep ji, over to you.
Just wanted to make a point which is in relation to the trust factor between US and India, which is not in the context of defense, but it certainly applies to this US government. For long, maybe, you know, there is all our workers go to US, they pay Social Security, and that remains in the US Treasury and doesn't, you know, the workers come back. That amount runs to about $8 to $10 billion. And we've been arguing with the government of US to refund it. They say, look, our policy doesn't allow it. So you change your policy then. If you want to regain that trust, that money belongs to our workers. I just wanted to mention this because people may not know in this hallowed atmosphere.
Thank you. Yeah, Viswana ma'am, you want to say something?
So I have a point with Ashley. I totally agree, and thanks for putting it across so precisely that everyone looks for economic interest. We do talk about bilateral relationships, partnership, but it's everything comes out down to the currency, how much we are gaining it. My point here is that when other nations are also taking a decline from US, like just the way Saudis did in terms of expanding their market segmentation and customer segmentation, in terms of transactioning with other countries or other nations with oil, I think US must appreciate that business acumen as well. My second point here is we spoke about and we heard about celebrating the success. The day Chandrayaan was launched, I mean, yes, I mean, we garnered all the laurels and all the success. But the market that day, Khandare sir touched upon the market aspect, the market that day declined. So had there been a global support when our Chandrayaan landed, the market should have been shooted up. So where exactly we are heading in terms of, you know, real partnerships, real takeaways in terms of these two powers coming up, not only in terms of defense, but with the aspect of geoeconomics, that's again, we need to be a little transparent about, you know, aspects of both India and America. Thank you.
I agree with you that there is going to be a sector of our economic exchanges which are going to be completely beyond the control of governments. And while we would like to have perfect transparency across all economic transactions, I think that is also a myth. We are not going to get that. There are going to be lots of private exchanges that governments don't even know about, right? And you would not like to live in a world where government has perfect transparency over all private transactions, right? We don't want to live in that world. So we have to live with its inconveniences. And one of its inconveniences is going to be that there are going to be movements in stock markets that governments cannot shape, and from my vantage point, should not shape. And so you will get oddities of the kind that you describe, that on the day that you have a major Indian space success, Indian markets are down. But what would you have us do? I mean, would you like your own government to have such an interventionist posture in your markets that it is actually stimulating the markets to move up because there is an achievement? I think in the long run, you're much better off keeping governments out of economic activity to the degree that you can. And the way the Indian stock market functions, I think, is a good way to go about it.
Thank you, Ashley. What do you want to say something on this?
Just a small point from the Indian side. I would say if we focus on the long-term advantages of shoring up each other's domestic, you know, strengths. You know, you can't keep saying this is a business where you give me more, I give you more. Unless you formally, and this is where I talk about technical and security expertise, this is an answer to you and to him. We need to put out that, look, there is a domestic capability and there is a domestic strength that India is specializing in, and that's why we've got the seabed to the stars. Otherwise that wouldn't have come. But that is not clear. And therefore, this entire success of Chandrayaan took so very long. I know for many of us in Bangalore and Mangalore, it takes very long to reach even Delhi, what ISRO does. I am from Bangalore and ISRO, so for me, it's like, holy grail. So it takes very long. So point I'm making is that, if you want to lower the temperature on constantly asking each other to do something, there has to be an expert group, Ashley, and a strategic expert group, which talks about shoring domestic strengths in each other as being in the interest of each other. Because you've said that in military capabilities, but they have not said that about other things. But NASA, I will say, NASA has been saying that without India, and we are now partnering with NASA on a number of things. But if you do not make this formal declaration that, strong India with its domestic strengths on various fields, given the comparative advantage, is in the interest of United States and not just the military advantage, then it, I think, goes forward. As a going forward session, that's perhaps something we can work towards.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I think we are 10 minutes past our time. I won't take any more liberties from Purushendra. If you have anything, you can get across to him. I think at the end of this fifth session, besides thanking all my esteemed and expert panelists, I think the message is loud and clear. We have built enough confidence. We have reasonable amount of trust now. It is now time to grapple with the nettles. You've heard many needles here and there. It's time to grapple with the nettles and move forward. I think that's our submission for the road ahead. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you very much once again for the lovely panel and the last showdown. May we have a group photo and a token of appreciation, please? All right. With this, we come to our closing remarks, and I'm privileged to call upon stage Gloria Barbena, Minister Counselor for Public Diplomacy at the US Embassy, New Delhi. Gloria Barbena joined the US Diplomatic Corps in 1989. A member of the Senior Foreign Service, Barbena has served as the Minister Counselor for Public Diplomacy to the US missions to India since 2021. So over to her.
Thank you so much for your very kind introduction, and thank you for having me here today. I'm very aware that you've been sitting in this room and absorbing a lot of information for the last few hours and day, and I'm standing between you and lunch. So I promise to be very brief. But it really is a pleasure to be here at this final News Defense Conclave. As you may be aware, this program was launched in 2021 during the height of the pandemic. And I'm so pleased that we and our world have traveled so far since those dark days, and that we have returned to the possibility of meeting in person and are in a position to begin to forge again those personal connections that undergird all successful diplomatic exchanges. As the person responsible in the U.S. mission for thinking about and leading our incredible team, thinking about how we connect and communicate with our many publics about the U.S.-India relationship, we've spent considerable time thinking about our evolving priorities and how we communicate intention and progress and ultimately results. And of course, one of the core pillars of the bilateral relationship and in our priority set is our evolving military and security relationship. We launched this series of conclaves to try to help demystify aspects of our military and security partnership, recognizing that unless we are doing and trying to achieve and explaining this in a clear and understandable way for the average Indian and American citizen to understand, in addition to those who are working and the experts in this sector every day, we're not doing our jobs well. And ultimately, we're not serving our publics or our democracies well. Our security partnership must be as transparent as possible and be open to scrutiny and discussion. A big part of that is fostering a strong and professional journalistic understanding and to facilitate ready access to reliable and objectively verifiable information. These are pillars for every democratic nation, and they undergird public trust and accountability. As our nations navigate rapidly shifting and oftentimes really challenging geopolitical realities of this century, the need for an informed citizenry has never been more critical. And an informed citizenry depends on you all. Over the last several days, you've discussed the length and the breadth of the U.S.-India defense partnership, and I'm not going to add to the volume of information that you've already been called upon to absorb. And I'm definitely not going to try to compete with the soaring vision and explanation that Ambassador Garcetti outlined so well yesterday, and which so aptly framed the security partnership, which is truly one of the most consequential in the world. But I do want to try to wrap up these days with a few top lines to help you bookend your takeaways. I would remind about the exponential growth this relationship has undergone. Just imagine, a brief 16 years ago, bilateral defense trade between our nations was at a de facto zero. Today, it stands at nearly $25 billion. Even more importantly, our militaries are participating in more joint exercises than ever before, building the trust, the interoperability, and the professionalism they need to fulfill their essential function, which is protecting us all and allowing our peoples the spaces to exist and thrive in peace, and ensuring that we're prepared to meet any foe and are always ready to respond to any disaster. From providing maritime security, countering established and emergent terrorist threats, ensuring open and free navigation, to standing at the ready to help those who are struck by calamity, together our nations are working more deeply together than ever before to assure the stability of our peoples and of the commerce they require. I mentioned the extent of our bilateral trade within the defense sector, but let me just return to that for a moment because the takeaways are so noteworthy. India's defense exports to the United States now account for over 50% of its total exports, exceeding $2.8 billion in the last 5 years. As in every strong relationship, there's reciprocity. Over the last 2 years, the United States has become a significant supplier of defense equipment to India and become its largest military exercise partner. American aerospace companies have established strong partnerships with Indian counterparts, facilitating substantial technology transfers and enhancing India's domestic defense production capabilities. This all makes for a far more secure Indian and ally, obviously, but it also translates into real jobs and real careers. The U.S. defense industry accounts for over 28,000 jobs in India. The concomitant advances these partnerships have brought through STEM initiatives, education, skilling, nutrition, health, livelihood, sanitation, sustainability, et cetera, it just goes on. It's really amazing to think about that cascading and domino effect that these economic tangible outputs are having. But I also wish to be really clear. The U.S.-India defense relationship, while it brings about absolutely tangible economic benefits to both our shores, that will never be the defining aspect of the relationship. At its core, it will always be about a shared commitment to protecting our peoples, about working through our differences as friends and partners, about defining and focusing on our many, many, many shared priorities during both these trying times and hopefully in the more peaceful ones to come. This clear understanding and shared commitment to building out our relationship is rooted in our shared democratic values, our commitment to peace, transparency, and a desire for a rules-based and stable region and world. Nowhere is that more important. Nowhere is it more tangible, more real than in the U.S.-India security partnership and defense partnership. As Secretary Antony Blinken captured so well when he said, the Indo-Pacific region will shape the trajectory of the world in the 21st century. Our enduring commitment to this region and our collaboration with our allies and partners, including India, will help us to achieve a free, open, interconnected, prosperous, resilient, and secure region for all. Thank you all for the role that you're playing in this conversation, for the role that you're playing in the evolving relationship, and by being here and participating in this conclave over the last couple of days. I really want to thank CUTS International for partnering with us over these last 3 years. It's been an incredible journey. And to our consulate in Kolkata for your leadership. Samik Ghosh, particularly Shamik, where are you? He's hiding over there. None of this would have happened without you and the team in Kolkata. You've been amazing. And thank you again to all of you for caring enough to be here and participating. And I'm really looking forward to the reporting that's going to be coming out of this conversation. Thank you again. And now lunch maybe, huh? Okay. Thank you. Okay, all right. A photo, all right.
Thank you very much. A token of appreciation. All right, I'll be the last man standing between you and the lunch and doing the most difficult part, which is the vote of thanks. It's been a long journey since September 2021, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this enlightening defense news conclave, it is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to the US Department of State, to the US Consulate General Kolkata, for their invaluable support and partnership, and especially Shamik Ghosh. He has been there from the very beginning. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to fostering US-India defense and security relations, which is deeply appreciated. A special thank you to our esteemed speakers who have traveled from far and near and to share their expertise. Your insightful presentations and discussions have greatly enriched our understanding of the intricate dynamics of the US-India defense partnership. Your contributions have been invaluable, and we are profoundly grateful for your time and knowledge. We're also thankful for the distinguished defense experts, government officials, corporate leaders, researchers from both US and India throughout this project. Your participation has added immense value to our discussions and also helped in framing a comprehensive narrative about the US-India defense collaboration. To the journalists, media professionals, social media influencers, and community leaders who have actively participated in this project, your role in disseminating the insights and outcomes of our discussions is crucial. Your engagement ensures that the narrative around the US-India defense relations reaches a wider audience, fostering greater understanding and collaboration. A heartfelt thanks to the organizing team at CUTS International, USI, and USISPF for putting together this concluding conclave. Your dedication, meticulous planning, and seamless execution have been instrumental in the success of this event. Behind every successful event is a team that works tirelessly, and today your hard work and commitment have paid off. So at the volunteers at the back, thank you again. To our distinguished fellows who have been participating in all our events, and especially to three helpful experts we have, General Subrata Saha, Dr. Harinder Shekon, and Lieutenant Anil Ahuja. A special thanks to you three for putting us with us from the very beginning of this project. Your belief in the importance of this project and your generous contribution have made this event possible. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to all the attendees for your active participation from Andaman Nicobar to Manipur. and your insightful questions and enthusiastic engagement. Your presence and contributions have made this conclave a platform for meaningful dialogue and exchange of ideas. As we conclude, let us carry forward the insights and collaboration fostered here, working together towards a strong US-India defense and security partnership for a free, open, prosperous, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. Thank you all once again. Safe travels, and we look forward to joining you for lunch, which is being served at the courtyard on the ground floor. Thank you once again. We call this conclave close.